En 1975, cientos de mujeres de todo el mundo se reunieron en México para formar parte de la primera conferencia mundial sobre la mujer. Este espacio organizado por la ONU abrió paso a un diálogo mundial sobre la igualdad de género. A 50 años y en el marco del 30 aniversario de la Plataforma de Acción de Beijing, un acuerdo histórico donde se reconociera a las mujeres como iguales y se pusiera un alto a las violencias, y a 25 años de la Resolución 1325 del Consejo de Seguridad de la ONU, que reconoció el papel de las mujeres en la construcción de la paz en nuestros territorios, México vuelve a ser sede y punto de encuentro para avanzar juntas en la 16ª Conferencia Regional sobre la Mujer de América Latina y el Caribe, en la cual abordaremos avances en lo político, económico, social, cultural y ambiental, para juntas impulsar los derechos de las mujeres, el valor de la sociedad de cuidados y la igualdad entre hombres y mujeres. Por primera vez, esta reunión intergubernamental la recibe una mujer, Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo, primera presidenta de México y América del Norte, cuya política progresista y enfoque humanista priorizan el bienestar de las mujeres. México se ha consolidado como un referente en el reconocimiento de los derechos humanos de las mujeres, al contar con un marco normativo que garantiza la paridad, la igualdad sustantiva y salarial, así como el derecho a una vida libre de violencias. Destaca la creación de la Secretaría de las Mujeres, en plural, porque es para todas y reconoce nuestra diversidad. Y ha implementado políticas para el bienestar de las mujeres, una serie de programas gubernamentales que promueven el fortalecimiento de los liderazgos comunitarios, el acompañamiento para el acceso a una vida libre de violencias y el cambio cultural para el logro de la igualdad sustantiva. Para mujeres que existen grandes retos en la región. Por eso, reconocemos el paso de mujeres que, gracias a la conquista del derecho al voto, lograron estar al frente de espacios públicos promoviendo el bienestar de los pueblos. Cientos de parlamentarias, ministras y servidoras públicas de la región demuestran que la unión construye dignidad, bienestar y soberanía plena de nuestras naciones. Desde los territorios hacia la región y del ámbito regional al global, nuestro llamado es a la acción colectiva. La suma de esfuerzos de todas las mujeres genera el cambio para nuestras sociedades. Igualdad, justicia y bienestar. Porque en México, América Latina y el Caribe es tiempo de mujeres.
16ª Conferencia Regional sobre la Mujer de América Latina y...
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, ¿sí se escucha?
sobre la mujer. Este espacio organizado por la ONU abrió paso a un diálogo mundial sobre la igualdad de género. A 50 años y en el marco del 30 aniversario de la Plataforma de Acción de Beijing, un acuerdo histórico donde se reconociera a las mujeres como iguales y se pusiera un alto a las violencias, y a 25 años de la Resolución 1325 del Consejo de Seguridad de la ONU, que reconoció el papel de las mujeres en la construcción de la paz en nuestros territorios, México vuelve a ser sede y punto de encuentro para avanzar juntas en la 16ª Conferencia Regional sobre la Mujer de América Latina y el Caribe, en la cual abordaremos avances en lo político, económico, social, cultural y ambiental, para juntas impulsar los derechos de las mujeres, el valor de la sociedad de cuidados y la igualdad entre hombres y mujeres. Por primera vez, esta reunión intergubernamental la recibe una mujer, Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo, primera presidenta de México y América del Norte, cuya política progresista y enfoque humanista priorizan el bienestar de las mujeres. México se ha consolidado como un referente en el reconocimiento de los derechos humanos de las mujeres, al contar con un marco normativo que garantiza la paridad, la igualdad sustantiva y salarial, así como el derecho a una vida libre de violencias.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Les pedimos tomar
We ask you to kindly take your seats, please.
Buenos días, bienvenidas
Good morning. Welcome you all
al inicio de los trabajos oficiales
to
de la
the opening of these official works of the 16th
de América Latina y el
Regional
Caribe.
Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean.
En el día de ayer tuvimos la ceremonia de inauguración
Yesterday we
y quisiéramos
had the
recordar
opening
nuevamente
ceremony,
la semana que ha transcurrido hasta llegar a este momento.
and we would like to make a
con la
recap
realización del
of the
Foro de
previous
Organizaciones
week when
Feministas.
we held the Feminist Organizations Forum.
Bienvenidas
Welcome,
el Foro de Gobiernos Locales,
welcome the Local Governance Forum.
la innovación de este año y que no
There is
no es
something
innovación.
new.
La
Well,
innovación
it
era el
is
Foro
not
de
really
Gobiernos
new.
Locales.
What was
La
new was
anticipación
the
de la importancia
Local
del
Governance
Foro
Forum,
Parlamentario.
but the relevance
Una
of
segunda
the
sesión
Parliament
fue acá.
Forum is something brand new. They held their second
Muchos de ustedes
session
ya
back
habrán
here,
participado en cerca de
and I'm sure that
39
many of you
eventos paralelos
have attended
que se han
close to
desarrollado a lo
39
largo del
parallel
domingo,
events
lunes y martes.
that were held on Sunday,
Es decir, ha
Monday,
sido una
and
larga
Tuesday.
jornada
It's
y ahora
been a
recién
long
inician
journey,
estos
and
trabajos
now
oficiales.
we are officially starting
Bueno, corresponde como
our
primera
official work.
actividad oficial
The first official activity
16ª
for this
Conferencia Regional sobre
16th
la Mujer,
Regional Conference
la
on
elección
Women,
de la mesa
we
directiva.
have to elect
Quiero señalar
our presiding
que
officers.
vamos a abrir un espacio para que las delegaciones
And we
del
will
transcurso
have
de estos
some
2
time
días
so that
que quieran
the
participar
different
como
representatives
vicepresidentas
and delegations,
esta mesa
vice
directiva
chairs
que va a llevar los
that
trabajos
want to
durante los próximos 3
participate
años,
will be
de
able to
una
do
comunidad
so They will hold this position for 3 years. Let the secretary know about it. And next Friday, we will tell you which the presiding officers will be. But now, we will elect our presiding officers for this conference. And I would like to point out that it is a tradition to choose as chair the representative of the host country. In this case, the Minister of Women in Mexico, Ms. Citlali Hernandez.
Y de este modo, darle la palabra entonces a la presidenta de esta 16ª conferencia.
And we will give the floor to the president of this 16th session so that she can lead the work. Chair, you have the floor.
Gracias. Buen día
Thank you.
a todas.
Good morning,
Espero que
everyone.
estén disfrutando de este arranque, de esta jornada.
I really hope you're enjoying the start of this. Remote. Society of care that will allow us to have a truly different and new society. I want to welcome you all once again. In Mexico, we really love to welcome people. We hope this will be a wonderful journey, and we greet you all. I hope that we will keep on working very close together in building a brand new society.
Bueno, delegadas, delegados, tienen ustedes el documento
Dear
titulado
delegates, you have with you the provisional table of contents. With you, you have it in writing, so I would ask you to raise your hand in case you agree, or in case you have any comments or any questions. If there are no questions nor comments, we will approve the table of contents, and it has therefore been approved. With no further ado, well, we want to share with you the video that we specially prepared for this conference. It is both in English and Spanish on our webpage. So let's run the video, please.
En 1975, cientos de mujeres de todo el mundo se reunieron en México.
Hundreds of women around the world gathered together to attend this first conference on women. It was organized by the UN, and it opened new worldwide dialogue about gender equality. 50 years away from the initial platform of Beijing, when we started putting an end on violence, and after the 1035 resolution of the UN acknowledging the role of women in building peace in our territories, Mexico is once again the seat so that we can work at this 16th session, and we will move forward politically, socially, environmentally, and culturally, so that together we can work for women's rights, the value of societies of care, and equality between men and women. Now the presidency is held by a woman, Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo, the first woman president in Mexico and North America, and she focuses on Mexico's women's welfare. She's always working for women's rights in order to guarantee substantive equality and a violence-free life. We have the Ministry of the Women because it is for all women. It acknowledges diversity, and we have implemented policies for the well-being of women. There is a set of programs strengthening community leaderships, accompaniment, so that they can access a life that is free of violence and achieve substantive equality. We focus on care, so it is now we have a pension for elderly women that is part of the Constitution. As 2025 moves on, we have named it the Year of Women to highlight the very major role that indigenous women play in our society. So on this 16th regional conference, we will highlight this with a memory and acknowledging future historical changes and ensuring deep and structural transformations towards substantive equality and women's rights. As a result of the women's struggle in every sector, we're now building a better future, thanks to feminist organizations as well, because you have achieved a lot. You have opened up the pathway, and we are now living this for future generations. There are major challenges to be faced, so we acknowledge great women that struggled so much so that women could vote. 100 of senators that these ministries throughout the region are proof that we're building sovereignty and full equality in our societies, from the territories to the region and from the regional to the global settings, adding and our efforts joining together and working close together, we will guarantee equality, justice, and well-being. Because in Mexico, Latin America, and the Caribbean, this is now the time for women. 16th Regional Conference on Women of Latin America and the Caribbean, Government of Mexico. Thank you. And we have another video to share with you as well.
Bueno, ahorita que las fallas técnicas nos permitan, lo presentamos. Sin más, para no
we will share it later with you. And now I would like to invite the Deputy Secretary Enrique Choa for Human Rights from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to moderate the presentation of the position paper, The Care Society, Governance, Political Economy, and Social Dialogue for a Transformation with Gender Equality. Good morning, Ms. Chair. It is a pleasure to see you here, and I want to greet you all, our distinguished delegates, ministers, and the panel table. I'm José de León, and I'm Representative José Ramón de la Fuente, our Minister of Foreign Affairs. I greet Citlali Hernandez, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, José Manuel Salazar, Paula Narváez Ojeda, Rhoda Reddock, Maria Noel Baeza, Laura Pautasi, and obviously Rebecca Greenspan. Welcome, my dear Rebecca. I have the greetings of José Ramón de la Fuente for all of you, and it is a pleasure for me to be able to present the position paper, The Care Society, Governance, Political Economy, and Social Dialogue for Transformation with Gender Equality. This was analyzed by ECLAC specialist. I'm especially thankful to Ana Güemes, and we will now reflect upon the relevance that care represents for people's development, for our society's development. This conference takes place in a very challenging setting. There are structural inequalities negatively impacting women, both teenagers and girls, as well as adult women, and we are called upon here to strengthen our efforts and to feel enthusiastic after having listened to Claudia Sheinbaum and being also motivated by this great leadership of women who are fighting to build a society of care. We will listen to the position paper, the analysis paper, The Care Society, Governance, Political Economy, and Social Dialogue for a Transformation with Gender Equality. And we will now give the floor to José Manuel Salazar Siranch, who is the Executive Secretary of CLAC. Distinguished Executive Secretary, welcome to Mexico, and you have the floor. Thank you so much, Mr. Roberto de Leon. Good morning, Citlali Hernandez Mora. Congratulations for your appointment as chair of this 16th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. We are making history, there's no question about it, and thanks for this great hospitality and the organization of this event. My dear friends, it is a true honor both for me and for all of ECLAC colleagues to present the position paper that we prepared for this opportunity. You have the document there with you. Let's see if technology works and helps us out this morning. One of the aspirations that we have building together throughout 50 years is this society of care to move forward in terms of substantive equality. 50 years working together, celebrating 15 conferences around this concept. At ECLAC, we have defined 11 urgent transformations so that we can move forward and have sustainable growth in a region. And the Society of Care is just one of those urgent transformations. We are living what is known as the crisis of care. Since there is a lot of injustice associated to care, there is a growing demand of care linked to accelerated the structure, the services that we can offer. And work organization is the same. There is not an adequate proportion between men and women, and we have hard data that are based on time use surveys. This lack of proportion is impacting especially poor women, Afro-descendant, indigenous, disabled, and migrant women who live in conflict in territories filled with conflicts. We have to acknowledge care as a need, a right, a public good that is global, and a sector that will dynamize our economy. In our report, we introduced 3 innovations enriching the paradigm that was developed in recent years. First of all, to the Society of Care, we included the conceptual framework in many areas that we have developed at ECLAC to manage our urgent transformations. The conceptual framework asks from us to look to find answers with regards to governance, top capacities of institutions, space for social dialogue, political capabilities, and transformations. So it is not by mere whim that some of those elements are shown on the title of this document. The second innovation is the emphasis that we give to the need of having intersectoral management in our systems of care. There we are, the need to approach this from an integrated perspective, a comprehensive perspective, and there the amount of investment that is necessary to finance infrastructure of care, but also its benefits so that we can facilitate dialogue. It would be impossible to move forward unless we have the right funding. So I just want to put on the table these 3 innovations. I will go back to them during the presentation. The concept sets priority for life sustainability, caring of people, recognizing interdependence among women, and economic and social development in a synergistic way. The concept ensures caring for people in a comprehensive way, and it is threefold. It includes guarantee of rights both for those who get it and those who provide care. The concept includes dimension of women's autonomy, economic, political, physical, and in decision-making. And there has to be social co-responsibility, the state, companies, communities, households, and co-responsibility, gender co-responsibility, I mean between men and women. All of these concepts have been developed by ECLAC. Good living is very important, Afro-descendants, all communities having dialogue with the government. The paradigm was formally adopted in the Buenos Aires commitment back in 2022. That was in our previous conference. And the introduction on this slide, and Anna will help me. The content slide. Here you can see the titles for all 5 chapters contained in this paper. You will see the contents and the message included in every one of the content. The first chapter is a multi-level approach to care. And by the way, it includes local. That's what we call the multi-level look of care. One of the most important messages contained here is that Latin America and the Caribbean have played a key role in spreading the word about ideas around this new paradigm, the Society of Care. And it has gone beyond the regional sector. It has gotten to worldwide fora. Here we have the landmarks after 50 years of working in the regional gender agenda. ECLAC member states reached agreements that really shaped the regional gender agenda. This is the pathway from Mar del Plata, Santiago in 97, Mexico in 2004, Quito in 2007, etc. The Brasilia Consensus that was approved in the 11th Conference of 2010 that for the first time used the term right to care. The Montevideo strategy that invited us to have a fair division of labor and unfair social organization of care, being congruent with the previous agenda. The Santiago Commitment in 2020, where the governments agreed to develop care systems that would be comprehensive and socially protective. The Buenos Aires Commitment, our previous conference, when the governments accepted the position paper presented by ECLAC calling upon joining this effort to build up the society of care. And this slide illustrates what we've done in the different regional fora. Now let's take a look at the worldwide fora. The general agreements have really penetrated other intergovernmental ECLAC agencies like the Regional Conference on Population and Development that approved in 2011 the Montevideo Commitment to develop care systems and social protection programs. And we highlight how important it is to emphasize autonomy of the elderly. Then the Statistic Conference of the Americas, CEA, that have been key in putting these statistics together and allocating enough time, as well as classifying the use of time and methodological tools. In 2023, the practical community to measure the care society was created. In 2019, the Inclusive Social Agenda, approved during the third meeting of social development session, included care system and social protection. In the 2023 conference, they reassured the importance of developing comprehensive, sustainable, resilient systems, including care policies. And I want to remind you how relevant this conference is, because all ministers in development and social policies are gathered together, and I'm pleased to tell you that this is a focal point that the region will take to the worldwide conference to be celebrated in Qatar by the end of this year. And at the Iminurbi General Assembly on Urban Development held in 2023 in Buenos Aires, we talked about the cross-sectional gender approach. Well, it is not only mentioned, but the ministries and those authorities that worked on urban development programs are also working on this issue. I will not delve into the different topics because we don't have enough time to do so, but this is one of the ways in which ECLAC helps articulate responses by working together with governments to multiply the work around the care society, to multiply your impact, the impact that you make at conferences like this. And there are some other efforts in Latin America and the Caribbean in the multilateral arena. For instance, we worked so that October the 29th would be declared the Day of Care. Then in February, during Chile's presidency, the Summit of the Future, and under the leadership of dear Paula Narvaez, here present as a commentator, and with the support of different Latin American and Caribbean countries, we started promoting the care policies and systems. A resolution that was made by the Economic Council of the United Nations, including associated concepts to have multilateral perspective. Your leadership has been wonderful, Paula, and I congratulate you for that. In June 2024, the 112th version approved a resolution having to do with decent work and economy of care, all the ILO system that incorporated this system in its work. In September 2024, the Pact for the Future adopted by the General Assembly talking about gender equality and empowerment of women as basic needs working into the Pact for the Future. Then the Seville commitment, including a paragraph about urgency to achieve gender equality, a paragraph where governments commit themselves to make this gender perspective cross-sectional and be part of all development agendas, acknowledging unpaid work of women and redistribute the load of care. I want to be very, very clear about this. Latin America and the Caribbean have worldwide leadership in these topics. And in our conferences, and this is to be agreed upon this week, we'll have repercussions for the entire humanity. And I'm not exaggerating, this is reality. So we experience this huge sense of humanity that gathers us together here. We have also very important statistics in that regard. In the area of regulations, 8 countries have passed laws for care policies and systems, among which we have Brazil, Panama, Ecuador, Venezuela. 15 countries incorporate the 5R framework, recognize, redistribute, and reduce unpaid work. 4 countries have implemented parental licenses, Chile, Colombia, and Uruguay, among others. Statistics, 24 countries officially measure time use, 18 provide data on the SDG indicator on unpaid domestic and care work. 5 countries have official satellite accounts for unpaid household work. This is something that central banks do within the national account system. And to this progress, we would have to add institutional progress as well. Several countries, I don't have the precise statistics, have institutions or centers for women, as the Mexican government has done. These are very, very important breakthroughs in the region. There is a long way to go if we want to have more systematic and comparative statistics. Next, let's now move into the second chapter of this document that is focused on care as a need, a right, and work that can drive the economy. According to the new paradigm, definition of care is that it includes all activities that ensure human reproduction and sustainability of life and the planet. It is relational and implies interpersonal ties. It is a need of human beings, not only emotional and physical, a growing demand because aging of populations makes us realize that it is not only important to care for children, but for the elderly. We have epidemiological new trends, and there are effects or impacts caused by climate change. So we have to recognize work, both paid and unpaid, because both of them contribute to the economy of care, but a very high proportion is unpaid work, and it is not acknowledged as productive work. And I should mention something that Clara Burgada said last Sunday when inaugurating the National Forum, and I was so thrilled by it. Said, give jobs that make work very decent, and to take care of people is a proof of love. Yes, and care has 3 dimensions. We care for others, care for ourselves. I mean, giving and receiving care and exercising self-care. So the right to care is explicitly mentioned on this paper. Congratulations, you all. And finally, I want to emphasize that this is a driving engine for our sector. That's the way we see it at ECLAC. I will tell you how many jobs can be created in the care sector if necessary investments are made. This is a very, very impressive chart. Total population, age groups from 1980 and forecasted up to the year 2100. We went from 380 people, 138 million, to a little bit over 680, and we will reach more than 700 million by 2026. What's really impressive is what's going to happen with age groups. In the next 25 years, population older than 65 will double. We will have 138 million aged 65 and over. 1 out of every 5 people. And the dotted line, the orange line below, represents population of 80 years of age and older, 83 million by 2100. This is what we call aging of aging, with a high degree of feminization, which will generate greater and increasingly specific care needs. And we haven't been able to solve childcare yet. It's still a priority and need because there is a lack of childcare in most of the region's countries. Next, these charts present the work time for both paid and unpaid work within the region. Unpaid work for women is the dark line, the upper line in the different countries. So in most countries, women will work more than men in an unpaid manner. And while women allocate 1/3 of the time to unpaid work, 3/3 of the time to unpaid work, women only allocate 1/3. They spend 20 hours a week, not only when they're young, but until the end of their lives, including this sector 80 years and older. There are asymmetries, injustices, according to the statistics, as we know, based on our household and community experience.
This is key of this transformation that we need to accomplish. Next one. We have a lot of information on this graph. Please look at the first column in orange, or yellow rather. This is for the education sector. The second column is for health, and the third is for paid domestic work. As you can see on the first line of the graphs, on the horizontal line, you see men and women, and there's a big segregation, occupational segregation. Women work more in education, health, and domestic work. Those that work in the domestic area, 9 out of 10 are women, and in health and education, 7 out of 10 are of women. Also, there's gender inequality in terms of employment, hours of work, and also income and remuneration. Also, particularly in domestic work, only 24% of workers, only 1 out of 4 have social coverage. This is 3 out of 4 work in an informal manner. All of them are realities and additional dimensions of the big transformation that we need to accomplish. Next one. Chapter 3, the role of care in the design and implementation of public policies. The first point is that one of the 3 innovations is the need to approach this comprehensively, intersectorial, interagency approach. This is something critical in order to have it being successful. It's a 2-type approach. First, we need to bring together with the policies and also to have care in the design and implementation of other public policies, such as labor, human mobility policies, protection, social security, productive development, among others. Due to time constraints, I'm just going to give you one example. This is the housing policies. The care increases in homes that have limitations in terms of access to basic services such as lack of water, sanitation, energy, or crowding. This is why it is critical to incorporate care in the housing policies. And we can see this in the different policies. We see how all of these needs to be integrated. On this slide, you can see some key definitions having to do with the paradigm of the care society. I already gave you a definition. Here we see the care society includes paid, unpaid, direct, indirect work, also work at home, and those that receive and grant care, institutions that provide care. Also, the care policies is a set of actions aimed at establishing a new social organization of care, including regulations, financing, services, infrastructure, employment protection, regulation, training, and information systems. So, this is why it is important to look at the definitions when we speak about care policies. This is a very broad definition, and also care crisis. Summarizing, this is characterized by a growing demand of care that exceeds the capacity of the available services, infrastructure, and also workforce. I just defined the care policies. Here, I would just like to add that the main objective is to have a work redistribution through time, services, infrastructure, including the aspects that you see there, normative framework, financing, care services and benefits, infrastructure, instruments for protection of employment, regulation, training, certification of care, worker competencies. It is important to say that care policies includes competencies. We have several occupations, therefore we need to certify people on those occupations. People need to be certified as well as information systems. In a joint work with ILO, including this econometric model, here we made an estimate on how much is required to be invested to guarantee child care and elderly care according to international standards all the way to 2035. Also an estimate on the benefits of such investment. That's very important as well. The estimate is that there's a cumulative investment of 4.7%. This is the last column on this graph. Also, we see the estimates by country, as you can see, of that investment. In 23 countries, what has to be accomplished gradually in the next few years would imply an investment in 0.5% of GDP. This is on average. Some countries require more investment for the next years, every year. This is important to talk to the finance ministers, because at the end of the day we need to open these tax avenues also as a contribution in terms of financing by ECLAC, Inter-American Development Bank, and others. We presented yesterday the investment accelerator in care policies. Having these two development banks supporting us is great. We would like to have more supporters that will be committed in investing to increase financing for the care infrastructures. That is something very important. Now we move on to actions and financing. In terms of the estimate of benefits of this investment, we've identified 3 types of benefits. 1/4 benefit, which is not easily quantifiable. Nevertheless, it is there. First, the creation of 31 million jobs in the 23 countries with available information. This accounts for 12% of the labor force projected in these countries for 2035. This is that the investment in a society of care would be important. It's going to be important for the next decade. We need to have the necessary investments. Also, to close the gender gap in the labor market, that would go, according to this estimate, from 52.9% in 2019 to 63.2% in 2035. This has also an impact in increasing GDP. And the third, tax revenue, offsetting an appropriate 19% of investment costs. For every $5 invested, we will have 1 peso in tax revenue. So these hard data are important. This is the language of the finance ministers. We need to have a dialogue with them. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to bring the finance ministers into this bandwagon in order to support these efforts. Fourth benefit is benefits in terms of well-being, health and training, and skill-building opportunities. Chapter 4. This adopts perspective analysis. It tries to think strategically about the future of the care policies and to analyze important trends that will affect the needs and the dynamics of care. On this slide, you can see 4 types of trends in terms of economic growth, demographic transition, care trends, effects of climate change on care and territories, and also the migratory flows that change the dynamic of care. Let us take a look at each one of them. As we have said before, most countries in the region are in a trap that is not allowing them to grow. With low growth rates, we also cannot decrease poverty, we cannot create jobs, we cannot finance social policies without creating unsustainable tax deficits. At ECLAC, we believe that countries need to have better productive development policies. We have identified several driving sectors. One of these driving sectors is the care sector. I also spoke about 31 million formal jobs that can be created in the care sector if the necessary investments are made. It is important to identify other sectors that will have a driving force. This is a sector that creates jobs. Care needs to be seen as a productive sector with its own labor market, its own training needs, certification, regulation, representation needs. And since many of those occupations are informal, this is a big sector that requires these needs, and we need to have a formalization in this sector because this will help develop the production. But care also is a dimension that touches upon all productive sectors. All productive sectors should have care policies in their respective labor markets through parental licenses, flexible work hours, also breastfeeding rooms, among others. This also has an international perspective because just as labor, social, environmental standards have been adopted in the value and production chains, we also need to adopt standards for care. May I remind you, this is a perspective of care. Care has to do with territories and environmental sustainability as well. That's important to understand in order to design proper actions and policies. For example, natural disasters have specific effects on the well-being and health of the population that requires more care. As we've clearly seen in the Caribbean, natural disasters and the impact on access to water, power, housing, food, that intensifies unpaid work that falls on the shoulders of women and girls. And this is a generalized pattern, not just related to hurricanes, but also heat waves, floods, droughts, and other natural disasters that are on the rise. Given global warming, we can expect that climate disruptions will continue increasing. And therefore, climate needs to be borne in mind when designing policies and care systems. Also, we need to look at care systems as something that will help improve resilience in natural disasters. All of this is in a section of Chapter 4, and some recommendations are made as the ones you can see there on that slide. I already showed the graph showing that demography and the aging of population will be a factor that will increase the demand for healthcare services. Without the right actions, these may increase inequalities, poverty, not just among the elderly, but also at all ages. and also will affect disabled people or people that have functional dependencies. This and more is analyzed in a section in this chapter, together with the risk of increasing inequalities, poverty, and other limitations. And based on this perspective, this section includes some recommendations, as the one you can see on this slide. Migration or human mobility. It is a very relevant human phenomenon, as we know, and this will continue increasing in the future. It will have impact on the social, economic, political dynamics, including care as well, both in the emerging countries, destination countries, or in-transit countries. Global care chains are transnational chains where people, mainly women, migrate from their origin countries to provide care services in the destination countries, thus moving the care work across national borders. Migration leads to a reconfiguration of care, both in the destination and target countries, and this is included in a section of this chapter. Due to time restraints, I'm not going to be dwelling on that topic, but please read it in your free time, where you can find some specific recommendations to better articulate migratory policies with care policies. As I said earlier, one of the innovations in this document is to build the care society and gender equality. This is the third trap of development that ECLAC has identified in the region. This is low institutional capacities and poor governance. For that, we have developed this conceptual framework on how to manage in the indispensable transformations. This has 4 dimensions, not all of them, but one step earlier. One is governance, of course. Another dimension is the operational capabilities. The third dimension are the spaces for social dialogue. This is the political capabilities and the political economy. This is how to make partnerships to drive changes, partnerships that will be stronger and stronger. These are the topics that we deal with in Chapter 5 and the last chapter, applying this conceptual framework in view of this challenging transformation in the society. This graph shows examples of the 4 types of capabilities, and it is important for institutions. The institutions of this transformation will adopt these capabilities for them to have the capability to move needles to drive transformation. As you can see on the graph, we have some examples. These are the 4 types of capabilities: technical, operational, political, perspectives. This is the top capabilities. Some examples: technical capabilities to strengthen the design and implementation of care policies in traditionally sectors not related to care, such as infrastructure, transportation, to adopt these to the realities in the different territories. Also, the operational capabilities that include professionalization, development of the framework for certification of skills, also the statistical systems to account for the care economy, also to be able to make surveys on the use of time, systematization of care and supply, also the preparation of maps and databases for decision-making, political capabilities, social dialogue, participation for the construction, joint construction of specific plans. Undoubtedly here in this room, we see political capabilities in this room. I acknowledge that. So let us have the same political capability in each and every country in order to be able to move ahead. Also, leadership, presidential support, that's key to create policies and care systems with social dialogue and intersectoral agreements, also cooperation mechanisms involving different levels of government, and prospective capabilities. This is a capabilities from the previous chapter to identify, to analyze current challenges and also the future trends and the impact on the decisions, and to include several scenarios as well. And this slide summarizes the main elements that we want you to talk about, and I'm going to be closing with this slide. Please talk, analyze about how to manage in a better way this big transformation that we're facing. social dialogue to forge broad shared visions, governance, institutional frameworks with care policies. It is important to foster a cultural change that will defy the patriarchal systems, to redistribute activities between men and women, mobilization of resources, and also the breaking of the statistical silence, as we call it, because we need to move ahead in statistics. And final thoughts, I would like to conclude by reiterating our call for action based on this conference to define a set of actions to be able to make the substantial changes. We have a sound paradigm. We have taken important steps. We have a movement around this cause. Many countries have made forward in standards, regulations, institutional management. We have gone a long way, but we still have a long way to go. We wouldn't be here if it hadn't been thanks to the support of many women like you, and as President Sheinbaum said, not just because of the push of women, mothers, but also because of the push that women will have. Let's continue working. Count on ECLAC, count on the United Nations. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much, Jose Manuel, for this presentation, and particularly for this document, which is truly the roadmap, and that goes to show that we will require sustained effort in terms of investment. This is social, political, financial investment in order to get the investment that will bring about the return that you pointed out in areas that sometimes are difficult to quantify. But we will have a direct impact on the lives of women and girls. This is what we're interested in. This is what we were to work on. After the presentation of this document, that of course will be guiding our discussions, I would like now to analyze the proposals, a strategic vision of the leading women that have a long career in these topics. It's going to be a session about comments, recommendations. May we ask you for them to take 7 minutes to make their presentations, to make this a free-flowing dialogue. And on my right, it is my privilege to give the floor to the permanent representative of Chile in the United Nations, Paula Narváez Ojeda, and she knows well about the country, and we had the chance to have her here at the UN Women Office some years ago. And as you said, she was cheered. We will continue cheering her up because we want to push this agenda forward in the areas where she works. Paula, can you please share with us your thoughts? Thank you very much. Thank you. Roberto, thank you for this introduction. Thank you, Jose Manuel, for the presentation of this document. I believe this document is truly extraordinary. I tell you so because we have a great instrument to work on this topic in the very diverse spaces, fora, meetings. I believe that this UN system is a UN system in its best expression. UN Women, ECLAC, ILO, and many other UN agencies working together and showing how the multilateral system is more needed than ever before, and it is making important contributions to improve the lives of our populations. Before discussing the document, I would like to say that it is an honor to be in Mexico. We Chileans have Mexico in our heart because of their solidarity in the sad moments of our history. And when we come to Mexico, we feel we need to acknowledge that. So thank you very much, Mexico. Thank you very much. Mexico is close to our hearts. Dear Minister, Chair, thank you for having us here in your host country. I would like to greet our colleagues, our road map colleagues and mates. I would like to mention my past president, Michelle Bachelet, that is here with us as well. Because wow. If there's something good in the meetings of women is that we can recognize each other and we can recognize our mentors, because here we have said that we are lying on the shoulders of great people, and it was my honor having her as my mentor, so I needed to point it out. Thank you very much, Madam President. I was asked to talk about this document mainly from the multilateral perspective, because I proudly represent Chile in the United Nations. We know that we are facing a care crisis. This has been explained broadly with many interrelational dimensions: accelerated aging, low birth rate, transformation in the family structures, growing migration, climate change, labor disintegration, and lack of services. All of these would call for a deep analysis. Behind this, we have faces of women, faces of boys, girls, faces of specific people that suffer directly from these care crises. Therefore, not only do we need to list them down, but we also need to approach them. And all of these, still in the 21st century, it lies on an unfair gender distribution, and this unfair distribution lies on women. If we think about women in our region, women that migrate, they don't stop being carers. They are migrating, but yet women continue to care. Women are making efforts to sustain life, oftentimes when they are abandoned and they are living in poor conditions. So I would like to ask you to go back to basics, to recognize that before political systems, we are humans that care for, and that we need to receive care. Our shared humanity needs to be the starting point of this transformation. Just as the position document shows, the demand for care will continue to grow. Therefore, the debate cannot be limited to specific sectors such as So the care society needs to touch upon all global agendas, the global, digital, environmental, safety, security agendas. If we don't integrate care, we will continue managing crises instead of building sustainable solutions. Moving towards comprehensive care systems, co-responsible care systems is not just something that will lead us to justice, but this is something important for the agenda of sustainable development and also for our democracies. The position document calls us for rethinking the current model and to think about a transformation that will place at the center a transformation of life, recognizing care as a need, right, and economic force for the future. Dear friends, Latin America and the Caribbean has a strong voice and propositive voice in this area. This has been shown on this document, leading the recognition of care as a right and a public asset, with commitments such as those of Santiago, Montevideo, Buenos Aires, today's Mexico. We also have reached concrete measures in the Sustainable Development Forum to redistribute care. They set a regional roadmap, but it is critical to transform this into budget, solid institutions, and guaranteed rights, as Jose Manuel said. But political will is not enough. We need actions, decided actions. We need to transform our words in public policies. we need to have gender-centered budgets, strong institutions that will guarantee rights. Dear audience, it is not just a matter of redistributing tasks, but also to redistribute power. This is why this agenda is so important. Betting on a society that will value care is a feminist proposal. It denaturalizes inequalities and it promotes structural justice. Driving this agenda is to strengthen democracy as well. There's no plain citizenry, as many women will continue to be trapped in invisible unpaid work. In our region, more than 1 out of 4 women have no income. We need to act urgently. This is our responsibility. We need to move towards a new model. For that, we need to strengthen the care systems with public services, local networks that will respond to the various realities of territories. For that, it is critical to project this agenda in a multilateral manner. Care is not addressed inside borders. It requires further cooperation, regional integration, and also renewed multilateralism that will involve global commitments and local realities, that it will include also the dimension across all agendas. Latin America and the Caribbean, with the feminist pathway, the resilience, the capacity of innovation, today not only has the capability but also the possibility, historical possibility, to lead a far-reaching transformation that will place life sustainability at the center of development. Chile has it clear from the permanent mission in the United Nations. Our country drove specific actions such as the National Care Day and the first resolution on care systems adopted during the presidency in ECOSOC. Also, the difficulties that we found during the negotiation of the resolution based on restrictions in terms of the roles of families and members and its work with the state is still present in the multilateral arena. All of this has entailed difficulties. We will not have one same vision, but we need to face that and we need to have a dialogue. This is something we've seen in the discussion to include this agenda in political declaration of the Second Summit of Social Development, where Chile and a group of countries have advocated to include care agenda as an indispensable element in order to have social protection from the systemic and comprehensive viewpoint. I know that I need to close. I could tell you many more things, but I would like to finish here. And our Minister of Chile will also share our progress as a country in this area. We must have the courage also to look at our mistakes. We need to look at our territories. We need to have a coherent vision. Artificial intelligence may close gaps if designed with a gender approach. Otherwise, they will only deepen inequalities. This transformation requires collective action, deep cultural change, and educate new generations with ethics of care that will place the life at the center of it all. Caring is not charity, it's justice. And making justice from care, perhaps, is the most revolutionary act that we can implement as a region. But we also know that that's possible, and we need to have hope, because doing things differently is to honor the legacy of our predecessors that opened up the pathway so that today we may be here, so that we have the courage to change the structures and to recognize that there's no society without care. Latin America and the Caribbean can project this agenda, and we hope that the United Nations in this new chapter, after the 80 years of existence, will be able to adopt it with a woman at the center of this multilateral organization. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Paula. This is the leadership that we need at the United Nations. As we've said, It is time now for women. Thanks for your participation, for your very relevant points. And we will now give the floor to Rhoda Reddock, Vice Chair of the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. She's coming from RULAC, representing the Latin American and Caribbean group. My dear Rhoda, you have the floor for 7 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. It's so wonderful to see so many of you here. I think that this is a historic occasion, and we are privileged to be part of it. So this week's deliberations on the Care Society mark the culmination of efforts by UN agencies, human rights institutions, academic and research institutions, civil society organizations, including feminist organizations, as well as, I should say, caring states in this region. As I said, this is a historic and important event, and it's heartwarming to learn of all the care initiatives, agreements, plans, and general progress being made in our region. This is long overdue, but we still have a long way to go. This event and these initiatives are taking place amidst a backdrop of the loss of human rights in many countries, the devastation of war and conflict, increasing global inequality, and an intensification of the climate crisis with devastating impacts on people's lives and specific impacts on women and girls. Over the last 3 to 4 decades, we have actually experienced a loss of state-supported care systems in many parts of this region due to multilateral economic policies where care and social support systems, especially within the state sector, were deprioritized, with the resulting increase in the numbers of persons living in marginalized circumstances.
Disculpe, si pudiera acercarse, if you could speak closer to the microphone, because we're having some problems with the translation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my apologies. I was saying that over the last 3 to 4 decades, we have actually experienced a loss of state-supported care systems in many parts of this region due to multilateral economic policies where care and social support systems, especially within the state sector, were deprioritized, with the resulting increase in the numbers of persons living in marginalized circumstances, many of them homeless or destitute, including women and children. I therefore concur with this paper, the IACHR and other agencies, on the acceptance of the right to care, the right to give, the right to receive care, and to self-care, and the protection of the rights of those who provide care. In CEDAW, we understand a right on 3 levels. The recognition of the right. I think this is what we are doing this morning as states, civil society actors, multilateral agencies, and individuals here this morning. But is this enough? How do we make this recognition part of an important philosophical shift from an ethos over the last 4 decades based on individualism and of success measured in wealth accumulation? How do we normalize an ethics of care in our societies and in our region? Secondly, CEDAW speaks of the exercise of the right. How is this right exercised? Are there mechanisms in place to ensure that this right can be accessed? Is there public education, legislation, regulations, and resources in place to achieve this and monitor this right? Third, the full enjoyment of this right. This, of course, is our goal, which will be hard to achieve. How do we ensure that this right is accessible to all, recognizing the intersectional diversity that exists in our region and indeed the world? So taking a human rights and feminist perspective, therefore, I agree that the construction of a care society requires an indispensable transformation, a significant shift from what we have had before, especially over the last 3 decades. How can this transformation take place while we are all responsible? I would like to focus this morning on the role of the state. The paper highlights that care is not a local or family responsibility only, but a national and regional one. It stresses a global approach, which I would like to refer to as a global responsibility. I think, for example, of those countries who spend millions seeking to prevent migration to their countries, even paying third countries to hold migrants. What if they paid more attention to some of the internal inequalities in descendant countries identified in this position and address issues of fair trade, attention to the climate crisis, support for regulatory mechanisms, rethinking austerity programs which affect social care programs disproportionately? The paper identifies care as a public good and not a private one, treating the care of people and the planet as a central focus that is a good whose provision benefits society as a whole, and not only the recipients, generating positive effects beyond its direct recipients, thus ensuring that social reproduction necessary for a more inclusive and sustainable future. This is taken from the paper. It also identifies the importance of civil society inclusion in the design, implementation, and evaluation of policies. And this is extremely important. However, I must note that currently many states put an inordinate responsibility on civil society organizations for the provision of care services with inadequate support and employment insecurity, resulting in uneven and insecure care systems. The long-term sustainability of these systems requires that the state and the society, including the private sector, accept the social responsibility for people and for the environment in which they live. Care and gender equality. Despite the path-breaking work of feminist scholars in the 1970s and 80s on the value of housework and the valuation of domestic labor, paid and unpaid, care and care policies continue to be undermined and undervalued. I'm happy, therefore, that this paper seeks to locate care and work at the center of public policy. Throughout the discussion, there is the realization that the majority of care workers are female. The reality is that the fact that caring is associated with women means that it takes on the negativity associated with femaleness and femininity, which makes it difficult for many men to willingly and publicly accept responsibilities for care. We need to address this. National machineries and of women and gender were also suffered from the deprioritization of care. They have special responsibilities in developing a care society, and these institutions need to be strengthened. In its recent advisory opinion on care, the ISCHR stressed the interdependence between human rights and the rights of nature, which lies at the heart of climate protection. States have a positive obligation to restore, regenerate, and protect ecosystems based on the best possible science and traditional and indigenous knowledge. The aesthetics and design of public spaces and green spaces are also important for our psychological well-being. Artists and designers also have important roles in the generalized care of our societies and must be part of this new philosophical understanding of care, which should shape all aspects of our policy areas. Care is also a global human right. When we think of this, this brings the United Nations system and the human rights system, including the treaty bodies and the humanitarian system, into focus. These, along with some other international agencies, are part of a global care system, which is now facing precarious circumstances. There is a strategic communication intervention required for this paradigm shift, as there was in the post-war period when the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights was signed and the birth of the United Nations system. We need to work to protect the human rights and humanitarian system, as this is an important component of our global care systems. In closing, care is at the heart of our survival. Human beings are unable to survive without care, and states have important responsibilities for ensuring that those within their borders enjoy this right. Care is not a drain on the economy. Rather, it provides new opportunities for socially just, equitable, safe, and a peaceful world. I can assure you that the benefits of this new paradigm of care, integrated into all our public policies, can bring important transformations in our societies. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much, Ms. Reddock, for your participation, for your leadership, for all of your work, and for Sedau's work as well. The multilateral system liaison activities have been fundamental for this in this effort. Now we will give the floor to Maria Noel Baeza, Regional Director for the Americas and the Caribbean of UN Women. Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you, Roberto, so much. This is a wonderful paper. Thank you, Jose Manuel, Ana, and the entire team. And you truly deserve a hand for this extraordinary paper. It is a pleasure to be here with you in Mexico. Thank you, Chair, Minister. We have been welcomed, as always, with that warmness, with that kindness, and truly the President's message yesterday was outstanding and was very thrilling. I want to start by telling you that at UN Women we are very thankful for this paper. We always work together, and today we want to ratify at this conference a firm commitment to achieve truly transformational change in the social, political, cultural, environmental spheres. As the title of this conference reads, we have to promote the care society and gender equality, of course. We are called upon by a transformational objective to make the care society a reality, not as a faraway ideal, but as a concrete commitment that is funded and sustained in time without leaving anybody behind. We have to ensure sustainable financing, and that is diversified funding for the care systems that we so much want to create in all of our countries. Care investments are still insufficient in the face of the great social and economic impact it brings about. Infrastructural progress is not yet clear, and we have to demand those funds so that care is sustainable. The position paper requires the necessary investment in care, but it varies according to the different countries' characteristics. As an average, it accounts for 4.4% of GDP and between 2.7 and 11 of GDP in the different regions, countries. Don't forget that the time use of women accounts for close to 25% of the GDP. Thus, we are having the country standing on our shoulders, and that's nothing as compared to what men do. Women do so much more. So to finance care represents a strategic investment. It is a job creation source. We have to have high quality jobs. They have to have a contract. They have to be formal. We have to formalize house workers that have been made invisible up to date and who have not signed any contracts. Labor participation is growing, as Jose Manuel has very wisely pointed out. Tax income is not coming. So what's the concern of the tax ministries? Whether these systems will become sustainable by tax payment of these workers. And this has nothing to do with profitability, but with social cohesion, with well-being, and with justice. It is not possible for us to go on with this sexual labor division, putting all the burden on the shoulders of women. And as Minister Orellana mentioned yesterday, and I really loved it, she said, we are demanded so much as if we were not working at all, just taking care of others. And when we work, we are getting more demands because we're not getting paid work. We are always at a loss, and that is not possible. Unpaid work needs to be acknowledged. As we say, the 5 ILO R's and the 3 R's that we have been using at UN Women: reuse, redistribute, recognize unpaid work. And I want to tell you that the private sector plays a key role here. That's why we talk about public-private care systems, community care systems, territorial care systems, and the private sector really needs to look at care as an investment, consider it as an investment. Job creation is key. Those 30 million that Jose Manuel talked about have to include high quality, decent jobs. That is key engine for women's autonomy, and thus it also goes against violence. A woman that is economically autonomous will not face as much violence as at home. And we want people to feel well and to contribute to job creation, thus facilitating access of women to the labor market. Instead of having 32% of access, as is the case today, we can get to 63%, as the position paper states. And can you imagine how our region would be like then? The care society is also built in the different territories with different realities and with different needs. We need to have local care agendas so that municipal governments, community organizations, and private players will be part of that. As we discussed last Sunday, we have to territorialize care. That's where innovation comes from. Latin American creativeness come from, with utopias, or what Chile is doing, or what Uruguay has been doing for so many years. We have wonderful examples to move our care systems forward. Also, care systems within rural areas, because we cannot leave anyone behind, not the rural women, not the indigenous women, not Afro-descendant women, and obviously not those women with disabilities, migrant women, or sexual diversity women. Nobody can be left behind. And I would also like to talk about girls and teenagers whose everyday unpaid work is not visible, is not accounted for. How many hours a day do elder daughters have to take care of younger daughters? And they are paying for their future, yes, because we are taking time away from them that they could be using, studying, dreaming. That's why we have to take care of children, both boys and girls, and teenagers, so that they have less or no unpaid work, so that they can enjoy their childhood as would be expected from advanced societies. As Gabriela Mistral used to say, the future of children is today. Tomorrow it would be too late. So we are accountable for that. We have to think about concrete actions that will place girls and adolescents at the center. This is not only a social policy, but democratic, economic and social progress, and it also represents leaderships. We can generate leaderships and free women from very, very heavy burdens that prevent them from dreaming to become a president like our dear Michelle Bachelet, who is here to dream about being president of Mexico, as is the case of Claudia Sheinbaum. We have to dream of that. And it is wonderful to think about that when we talk about high quality care. So investing in care is investing in the future. And I would like to close by saying that this position paper gives us very important, very relevant notions. It talks about perspectives for aging. I was so concerned to hear about that term, aging. And obviously children that are being born in poverty with no access to services, or the 9-year-olds who are pregnant, or the pregnant teenagers that are really throwing their futures away. And lastly, the public good, the global public good. The care is a human right, as stated by the Inter-American Development Agency, and we will not stop until the whole world states the same. Thank you so much. Thank you, dear Maria Noel, for your proposals, your very relevant concepts, and that's true. We will not stop. We won't stop. Now I will give the floor to Laura Pautasi, the lead researcher of CONICET in Argentina, chair of ILA, and an expert that has really driven this agenda for many, many years. Our acknowledgement, Laura, for your great work, for your experience in the area of care. Please share with us some thoughts, some proposals. What do we have to do at the different states, and what do the players have to do in order to drive this very relevant agenda? Good morning, everyone. It is a true responsibility to be here representing the Feminist Academy and the women's movements. because, you know, feminist movements and human rights movements are at the core of this conference, and they have been at the core for 50 years. Without conceptualization, demands, agency, capacity, and potency of the civil society movements, the transformations previously mentioned would not have been achieved. They were the bridge between social demands and implemented public policies. My acknowledgement and gratitude to all those women who have accompanied this conference for so many years, or who have attended for parallel events as officers and as consultants in contexts that many times have been very hostile, under dictatorships, without any funding and without the support of different institutions. Nevertheless, they were always involved and nurtured consensus and commitments that accompanied implementation, demanding more participation and democracy. Government achievements that we recognize today, as well as backwardness that is clearly visible, wouldn't have been possible unless the Academy, the specialized UN agencies, Inter-American system, and many others would have worked together. The Care Society is now at the core of that process, with an increasingly robust agenda in Latin America, an agenda that is being built in the Caribbean countries. But there is denial still about women's rights, and there are threats of backwardness in terms of the public agenda for equality. Nevertheless, the Care Society does not only include public policies, national systems, and care policies that are truly fundamental. We need to define institutional frameworks, legislative frameworks, so that it is built on very sound foundations. Also, legal systems that are independent and that will guarantee the rights of people, and particularly of women. I want to tell you that the right to care is the basis and the foundational paradigm of the Care Society for sustainability of human lives and of the planet. End of quote. This big leap, considering as a basis of a new social contract, care, is only the result of the research work and the action work by the Feminist Academy that was reflected on an official document presented in 2007 in Quito. They conceptualized for the first time the right to care, the right to receive care, the right to self-care. And there is a structural characteristic that has been forgotten in the traditional measurement of inequalities within our region. At that Quito conference, where President Bachelet had been recently elected, the first studies on policies of care for the childhood and the development of a common conceptual framework were presented, and we celebrate that it is now becoming practice to have that common conceptual strategy regarding the need to transform the unjust, the unfair sexual division of labor. We propose for the first time comprehensive rights, and we acknowledge care as a very specific right, and only to the extent that it is included as a universal right for those to be cared for, and those who have to receive care and self-care will represent a big breakthrough. We have to acknowledge what has not been visible to date. That was mentioned on the position paper back in 2007. In that text, for the first time, we mentioned the right to care and provided with some foundations. It has been current for more than 20 years, and we now need to move on with the conceptualized right that was mentioned for the first time in Quito, and then in the successive agreements up until the Buenos Aires Agreement was signed. And today we not only reaffirm that this is right according to the Tlatelolco commitment, we link it to budgets, to tax payment, to rights interdependency, and more exercise of autonomy for women, with intersectionality promoting all people moving forward in their demands. So this is what caused that in 2023, the Ministry of Women, Gender and Diversity of Argentina, that has been closed now, and Argentina does not have a gender representation, requested the Inter-American Human Rights Court to interpret whether the right to care is an autonomous right based on international treaties and agreements. This request was accompanied by plentiful participation where the Academy or feminist agencies, protection UN systems, and 9 countries of the region argued this, favoring the right to care. This was finalized very few days ago. They notified the 31st consultative meeting, and unanimously they acknowledged that care is an autonomous right in its triple dimension.
Right to care, to receive, to provide care. This is has universal character. This means that it is not bound to a certain position or condition or phenomenon such as population aging or supply and demand of care, but this is a right of each and every individual. The court sets standards for the progressive enforcement of state obligations. The court emphasizes, and I quote, "Access to care is not merely an assistance measure, it is a regulation for the enforcement of human rights. Also, receiving care or having the right conditions to provide care represents an essential element so that people may have a dignified life and to exercise their rights and to fully participate in life in society," end of quote. This means that if we have a clear interpretation of the scope of the right to care, to receive care and self-care, not only has this been recognized in its autonomy, but the Inter-American Court sets the basis for its enforcement by pointing out that this right is ruled by the principle of social co-responsibility, solidarity, and, quote, "it requires both men and women to have the same conditions and responsibilities in terms of care." Because of time constraints, I cannot dwell on other things said by the court in the Care Society. Read this opinion, but try to use this as a guide and source of consultation, because this will be part of the agenda that will result from this meeting, and this will touch upon all stakeholders, states, markets, private sector, as well as families and community organizations. Finally, just to close, 2 additional warnings having to do with the construction of a care society. First, the cultural change in this document is something core, but once again, quoting the Inter-American Court, recognition to the right of care assumes functional aspects and regulatory aspects because it protects a group of material and relational conditions that are essential for the well-being and human dignity. And the omission of the above may involve the practice of several interdependent rights, end of quote. And the court also equates care with other rights, such as family protection, but also the court establishes very clearly that care is included everywhere. This is what we've been discussing, that not everything is care. Therefore, this applies to care society and the public policies. And the second aspect that I would like to emphasize is that the right of care establishes universal obligations that need to be part of a development model based on human rights, sustainable growth, and gender perspective. The need for having a transforming vision, specific proposals, also demandability, and also justice, care needs to be democratized in terms of gender as well. Reaffirming the right to care, to receive care, and self-care without discrimination will strengthen the democracy in these areas of global crisis. And also in view of conservative positions that deny structural inequalities, the unjust work distribution. If we want to really build a care society whose core be the exercise of the right that the region has finally achieved, it is critical to enforce the obligations within an operational, solidary, and feminist framework. We trust we will be able to reach agreements and to promote institutional arrangements that will be gender-based. Not only is it possible, but it is also our obligation. Thank you very much. I would like to ask interpreters, can you hear well? Yes. Okay, we will now give the floor to my dear friend Rebecca Greenspan, the last panel participant of this segment. Very well. After these extraordinary lectures, it is very difficult to follow them. But first off, I would like to congratulate ECLAC, Sus Manuel Salazar and Anna Westmer that have led the ECLAC team, and I believe that they it requires a recognition from our side. Thank you very much to them and the organizers. Thank you so much. Thank you to Mexico. Thank you, Citlali, Roberto. Thank you for giving us this space and for giving us such a big illusion starting yesterday when we opened this seminar with the president and yesterday's interventions, and today we're really full of energy, we're full of illusions, motivation, because this is truly a critical change for all our societies. Thank you very much, Mexico, once again. Let me tell you that the document we have in front of us, this is a proposal of a care society. This document goes beyond the first proposal we had, which was the care economy. However, the care society exceeds the notion of the economy of care. It is truly caring for life and caring for the planet. It is sustainability of life. And as Laura said, whose intervention I really loved, it is a right for the society, the care, and the construction of a care society. And this really recognizes what women have been doing in the past. This is unpaid work, because for a long time, the idea of breaking this crystal roof valued what men would do and the need for women to have space to do what men did. But for a long time did not pay attention to what women did. As the president said last night, very proud to be a housewife, to be a woman, to be a grandmother, because what we're doing is to provide value to what we've always done, because equity is not just to give value to things that we didn't have right on before, but also to give value to what we did before, which is sustainability of society and sustainability of life. As Paula Narvaez rightly said, there is no society without care. There is no society without care. Another important point that I would like to bring up with you is this moment that we're facing, because actually we are right now at a crossroads because everything is changing, and sometimes we don't know where all of these will end up. As Gramsci said, all things never stop dying, and new things never stop being born. And when this happens, monsters come out. However, recognizing the fact that we are in these crossroads is very important, because we need to accept that not only are there setbacks but also contradictory currents. Indeed, yes, we are now facing pressure or push towards not recognizing what we have achieved. Not only that is happening, and what we have seen here, what I can clearly see in this room, what I can hear starting yesterday is exactly a demonstration that not everything is going backwards, that there's a proposal forwards, that there's a proposal that will be making changes, that there's a proposal for a new model, because this is the society of care. This is a right to care. This is what we're proposing right here. This is what you are discussing. This is what we have struggled for. Not only is there an energy and force backwards, there's also a forward strength. And this is how where we are, not just in resistance, but actually we are in the proposal of a different society. And this is something that we women have done. When we were in the Washington Consensus, those of you that are my age, and we remember the 90s, in the last century, we know that in Washington Consensus, the only ones that proposed an agenda for women, for equity, were us women. The only one who said that equality and their proposal for equity and the issue of inequality, those were core to the problems that society was going through. The only ones that voiced that out were us women. Washington's consensus was in a different direction, but at the end of the day, our proposal for equity was the one that prevailed, and that was the one that led to a model that was a model that was unsustainable. And however, we were able to shape that model with our proposals. And today we see these dehumanizing proposals. So we're once again proposing a different alternative. We're proposing an alternative based on life and the health of the planet, based on peace, based on respect to our diversity, based on collective action at a national, regional, but also multilateral, global level, because we require global institutions. Just as today we have ECLAC, just as today we have UN Women, just as today we have the representation of the United Nations representing the entire ecosystem. This is a proposal based on full enforcement of rights of men and women. And something important was also said this morning. It's not been the invisible hand that has brought us here. It's been the visible hand of women, the visible hand of feminist movements, the movements of civil society, of local governments, of mayoresses, the academicians. All the hands of them are those that have brought us here. And it is this visible hand the one that today will allow us, with this proposal of a different development model based on care society, this is what will allow us to face today's challenges, the demographic change, the environmental crisis, biodiversity crisis, pollution, climate change. And the issue here, let us go to some of the things that ECLAC mentions in its document. The issue is not if there's demand for care or not. Demand for care exists. Why? Because that's the need that life calls for. And there's an increase in the demand for care because of the demographic change and also because of the climate change. You know, the issue is when such demand doesn't have the economic capacity to meet those needs. The problem is not whether the demand exists, the need exists. The issue is whether inequality has led us to the economic inability to meet those needs, because we do have the demand to finance. And this is why this proposal is so important, because the entire economic system and the social system lies there. And last night, we had an answer to this when we heard the Mellehualco's utopy. We saw exactly what an organized society means in order to meet that particular need, in order to really respond to the need of the community, to respond to the demand that exists, to the need that exists, but that in the past, individually people could not really meet that need if not through a collective proposal. Actually, yesterday's visit was quite inspiring. It was quite motivating, and perhaps one of the best examples that I've ever seen in the region and in the world for a comprehensive proposal of a care society. Because this has to do with everything, with the labor market, with the social protection system, with pension system, housing, also international trade that my organization deals with, also with the fundamental topic of inequality, and also how such inequality at the core brings about also gender inequality. At the end of the day, the right to care, the right to receive, to provide care, self-care is ultimately the right to time. Time is the most equitative or equal resource. We all have 24 hours a day. However, in practice, time, it is not equally distributed, as we heard. And this is at the basis of the system of inequality that we're facing. And so I would like to make a call. I would like to make a call not to give up to pessimism. We are not alone in this area of backwardness. We now to push this forward, to push this proposal. We all are heading in that direction. We need to actually make the right to care something true. It needs to be a global public right, and it needs to be a driving force of the economy, as stated in the document and as Dorak said, because as Radok said, this is the time of women, as President said. This is the time of women. This is a time of transformation in favor of all, because if we can guarantee care as a universal right, then the combination of inequality and democracy will be replaced by a society of well-being and social cohesion, equality, justice, and freedom, according to what Citlali, the secretary, told us. Let us defend what we have built. Let us defend what we have accomplished. But let us also defend the proposal of a new and different society. The proposal to be able to really have a humanized society, a society that will defend life and that will defend the planet. This is why we're here today. This is why we all are here today, and this is why we will be defending the right to care society. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, dear Rebecca. Thank you for your words. In order to close this session, I would like to ask the president of the conference, the Secretary of Women in Mexico, Citlali Hernandez, for her to give us some final thoughts. Thank you very much, dear Madam Chair. Thank you, dear Roberto, colleagues. I believe that all interventions, the introduction by ECLAC, all the comments really feed our discussion. They feed this interesting moment that, as Rebecca said, it is always worth not to look at our reality with pessimism, rather with a lot of optimism, because humanity has fought to change things. We have been fighting against those that don't want to change things. And it is very interesting to be here talking about the construction of a care society. It is very interesting. It is also ironic that we are facing the recognition of a new right, which is the right to care, in contrast with a time where there are those that try to question the advancements in other human rights. So this conference, this discussion, this meeting, this document provided by ECLAC for the diagnosis, discussion, feedback, all of these seems to be an anchor for the future, and it is an anchor to build that society that we've always dreamed of for many, many years. We want to have a fairer society. We want to have a more equal society, a society with no hunger, a society where everyone will have access to education, to housing, to good employment, to leisure time, and this eternal fight where we've made some conquest, advancements, and also some backwardness. Well, today this brings along a new discussion, how to build a care society, how to recognize a care society, and how those of us that care for in Mexico, Latin America, and the Caribbean, usually the poorest women are the ones that care, women that have no access to other rights or to other services. Such unpaid care leans on those that not only today don't have right of care, care is like their obligation. So I believe that it is really relevant to have this new document provided to us by ECLAC. We met here in Mexico and Tlatelolco, in this place full of history. And I believe that this is a commitment in mind, not just not to go back, but because we want this to be a legacy. We want this to be a document, a roadmap that will allow us to build a collective commitment, including all stakeholders that are here as decision makers, as women that have impact, because we are facing this proposal of having an action from 2025 to 2035 in order to conquest this desire continuously mentioned. This is to reach substantive equality and to consolidate the care society. And building a care society implies to question everything, everything through which the society has been built in the last decades, in the last centuries, because undoubtedly exclusion, dominant policies, non-guarantee to services has really affected women and the poorest women of all. So in the next 10 years, we will be building this care society, and so this really brings us together to make a collective commitment to really create a new society. We, as we say in Mexico, as a host country, we have reaffirmed many times that parity is a rule of democracy. It is not a faraway goal. And parity has made women to occupy decision-making spaces, as the president said yesterday. And now we have occupied strategic positions for decision making in terms of science, technology, all the way to politics and the peace processes that I want to say. In our territories, thinking about care, self-care, transformation of our societies also implies to create and to build peace from our causes, peace from the advocacy in the community. And I believe that it is quite relevant to recognize community care. Most women that care and that build this vision of care do from their own communities, they do from their own territories, not only by caring the life of another human being or the health of the sick people or children or elderly, but they also care for territories. These women care for nature, they care for forests, for rivers, and so this is a very natural condition in our region, continuous care of our land and our nature, and in the peace construction processes that we have in the region. It is important, therefore, to visualize, to make visible this care. So I believe that this commitment is pushing the defense for everything, to care for everything, and I believe that it also recognizes and protects the work of care that sustains life, economy, and that for many centuries, as we said, had not been visible and has been unpaid. So with this document provided to us by ECLAC, we will formalize, we will professionalize, we will protect those that provide care, and also to recognize unpaid care, unpaid work. So this also makes us think how to keep caring without that meaning a process of inequality for just some few, without that meaning closing doors to others in access to education, to work, to free time, or other development process. And I also believe that this commitment really forces us to think that this is a commitment with ourselves, with indigenous women, with Afro-descendant women, with rural women, with disabled women, with migrant women, young women, senior women, sexual diversity women. It's a commitment with all women. And I believe that it is important to recognize our skills and practices, the leading role that we have to defend the climate, our territories, peace, democracy, and also community life. It seems to me that we are facing this important discussion in our times. We're facing a challenge as governments, as organizations. The challenge is to change all the areas of society, to destine not just a commitment on paper, but as of to now, to make a call to action, to continuous action. This commitment needs to prevail in our daily decisions, to defend from those that don't want us to move ahead in the care society. We need to really foster our activities with all our financing and to build the progressive system of care, as we call it in Mexico, because we believe that in our region we have some examples of public policies that are specific around the construction of the care society. But we also have many actions that could be working in isolation, and we need to bring them together. In Mexico, this first year of President Claudia Sheinbaum, we set up an intergovernment table with all sectors and secretaries of Mexico in order to detect where we have installed capacity, infrastructure, services, programs that will have a touch of care. Although there's been no care perspective, and that all of that will be articulated as part of one first mapping that will allow us to see what the Mexican system, the Mexican government is doing in terms of care, and how can we strengthen it, and how can we build this system of care as a system that can gain strength. How will we be involving the private sector? How will we involve the community? Because, as I said, the community continuously provides care, and I believe that this proposal needs to be socialized in territories. We have to bring it to the lowest levels before speaking about care and discussions. We need to take this down to the territories, because in the territories they had already started to build these type of proposals. I would like to wrap up. So this is a call that we make, not to step back in our rights. Let us continue strengthening our actions. Let us continue building this care society. As the President Claudia Sheinbaum said yesterday, this force is not just in the institutions that we've been building, but this force lies also in the women networks that we have been weaving across all territories, because it doesn't matter where we are. It is critical to recognize that all women at different points in time, in history, in different spaces, all women have struggled and fought the imposition of roles. We have fought hatred, invisibilization of our tasks, and we've been gaining rights that, as I think Rebecca said, we've been moving ahead in our conquest of rights, but we have not been distributing other obligations. Creating a care society leads us for women to continue moving ahead in rights, so that we may continue moving ahead in the recognizing what we've done in the society. But we also have to redistribute our tasks. We have to redistribute our tasks and our activities, so these activities will not just lie in women's shoulders. I would like to finish by saying that with this document, with this discussion in this regional conference, it is important to really embrace the women that care without even knowing today that that is a human right. Caring is a human right. Those women that care without recognition, those women that care without having life expectations, because those women are the ones that need it most. We want to change their lives with this new era of care. We want to recognize women that fight, the Afro-Indigenous women that defend their territories. Also, the leaders are prosecuted by raising their voice, or the political inmates, also those that have taken refuge, all of them that cannot be in these spaces of discussion. However, those women are the ones that should be here, and I'm sure that they are present in our discussions, in our proposals. I can think about all Mexican women that today care, or Latin American women that today care. Berta Cáceres, remembering that she defended her territory in Honduras. Also, Mariel Franco from Brazil, that was killed because she was defending her rights. I'm also thinking about Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner from Argentina. I can also think about women that have fought historically in order to reach this moment in time when they are exercising this human right that belongs to us, and it is up to us to consolidate and to insist on every act of government, in any action, in every incident, that we shall be building this care society by doing anything needed in order to create this new society and to shake off an unequal society. Tlatelolco's commitment is that, more than a document, is a pledge for the present and the future. I'm truly convinced that in all our continent we will be defending, because as President Claudia Sheinbaum said, it is time for women in Mexico, but also in our region and also in the world. And this historic time, we are facing it, we're experiencing it, and we need to build it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Madam Chair of this session. We would like to finish off the comments about this document. We would like to thank ECLAC and also the comments and recommendations made by the panel participants, these leading women of our region. I would like you to give them a big round of applause. Now, Citlali Hernandez will have the floor to carry on with our work. Thank you very much.
Querido Roberto.
Thank you, my dear Roberto, for having moderated this part of the session. Jose Manuel Salazar, thanks so much for your comments. We will share the video that I told you about this morning. Is it ready? Can we run it now? "700 years of Tenochtitlan, 50 years since the first worldwide conference on women, 30 years since Beijing. We want to welcome you to this new encounter. Our region is looking for transformation to achieve substantive equality, political change, cultural change, economic change, environmental change. But there are still structural inequality bottlenecks. Women want to study just like men do, but this is not reflected in their labor and political opportunities. Half of women in the labor market are men, or taking care of the house are women, while only 25% are men. 27% of unpaid work is done by women. 3/4 of their work is unpaid. And that work overload that is unpaid limits their participation, their autonomy, their self-care, their rights. Without a care society, there is no substantive equality. We need public policies, regional cooperation, social dialogue, intergenerational collective action. Cares are a need, a right, a public good, a key job. Let's speed up change. A decade of action for substantive equality and for the care society. 16th Regional Conference on Latin American and Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. We are part of it. Let's do our part. Thank you. And in order to move forward, we will have reactions of delegations to this document for the afternoon, so that we can hear the statements that have been made at the different fora. And first of all, we give the floor to the Feminist Forum representative, Stacy Velázquez Vázquez. From the Otras organization in Guatemala.
Señora Stacy, que se dirija al podio para hacer uso.
We ask you to come to the podium so that you can take the floor, Miss Stacy.
¿Está Stacy?
Is Stacy around? She's not?
¿Está Stacy? Nada más que levante la mano para...
Do we have Stacy with us? Can you please raise your hand? Stacy, if you're there. She's representing the Feminist Forum.
Stacy, levanta la mano solo para saber si estás aquí.
Stacy, please just let us know if you're here so that you can take the floor.
Ya está por acá. Ya. Adelante, Stacy.
Stacy, you have the floor.
Buenas tardes a todas, todos, todas.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Vengo en representación del Foro Feminista.
I'm representing the
y también
Feminist
vengo en
Forum
representación de todas las ancestras
and
cis y trans
also
que han
all
muerto
the
por falta de
cis and
cuidado.
trans ancestors that have died because of lack of care.
Ni silencio ni retroceso, ni
No
nostalgia ni
silence,
consuelo.
no
A 30
stepping
años de
backwards,
Beijing queremos justicia.
no comfort.
Nosotras,
30
mujeres
days away
diversas,
from Beijing, we
niñas,
want justice,
adolescentes,
diverse women,
jóvenes,
girls,
adultas,
teenagers,
mayores,
young people,
indígenas,
adult people,
afrodescendientes y
indigenous,
racializadas, con discapacidad,
Afro-descendant,
con VIH,
racialized, with
trabajadoras del
disabilities,
hogar y
with
los cuidados,
HIV, that
periodistas,
work in the
defensoras,
households,
madres
journalists,
luchadoras,
defenders,
trabajadoras
advocates,
sexuales, lesbianas,
sexual
bisexuales,
workers,
trans e
lesbians,
inmigrantes,
bisexual, trans,
refugiadas,
intersexual,
exiliadas
migrants,
y
refugees,
desplazadas, mujeres
displaced,
campesinas, rurales y
peasant
jornaleras,
women, rural women,
estudiantes,
students,
académicas y profesionales,
academicians,
así como mujeres
professional,
organizadas,
unionized and organized women from our distant, different realities and territories. We are here today to demand that our contribution to life sustainability is recognized from our multiple realities and resistance We demand that all our rights are ensured, that we strengthen movements, and that we have comprehensive protection to safeguard the lives and the struggle of those who fight for human rights. 30 years after Beijing, feminists in Latin America and the Caribbean acknowledge the progress to place at the center of women's human rights, as well as girls and diverse gender expression women. We tell you that Beijing was possible because of the power of feminist movements historically organized around the world, especially in the global south. And it is the result of that collective force that helped us gain rights in very adverse contexts. Nevertheless, today we are stagnated. The multilateralism crisis, the corporate capture of democratic systems, and the expansion of anti-rights movements and fundamentalist movements really place our fair demands at a crossroads for peace and human dignity. We are at a violence escalate, lethal escalate, because of criminalization of feminist movements and the reduced space for civic participation in our region. Human rights are vulnerated day after day through figures such as the state of exception, undefined re-elections, normalization of extreme poverty, systemic racism, systemic violence, and political instability. It is clear that inequalities within our region are the result of international power liaisons marked by colonialist policies inherited from the global north that are still current in a region that impact the projects of life of women in all of their diversities. We have been deprived of our public goods. Public strategies after disasters lead to financial speculation. The eternal indebtedness of our countries and coercive measures, unilateral measures, are ways of neocolonialism that vulnerate dignified lives and ecosystems. We are witnessing genocide in Palestine in real time, the consequences of war in Ethiopia, Somalia, Sudan, Ukraine, and the humanitarian crisis in Haiti. This is not new. What's new is the incapacity of our governments to effectively act in the face of the social, economic, political, and environmental crisis that we are living in. There are economic, extractivist, mining interests that perpetuate wars. We call upon the Latin American and Caribbean countries to firmly commit themselves to end the wars, to end genocide processes. That is really fundamental if we want to move forward and place the care for people at the center and the care of the land at the center. We have to recover that profound sense of democracy, of multilateralism, not as a goal in itself, not as an empty diplomacy exercise, but as an actual, a real tool to transform the life conditions or living conditions of our societies. International regulations are just kept there in the bookshelf, and our rights are vulnerated every day. And we don't want to be here at Great Rooms, but we want to demand that we have a dignified life with no discrimination, no violence, high-quality education, decent jobs, comprehensive care systems, and effective protection. Legitimacy of the international system is at stake. It cannot respond to such urgent demands. We see that compromises, commitments are not met. Let's go back to the basics, to put life at the center, to end up with racial, economic injustice and protect human rights. We also invite you to be brave and creative in your response. Feminists have been building collective strategies, radical strategies that should be acknowledged and made part of the state's debate. We demand a tax policy with feminist justice that is not afraid to step into those actions of those who concentrate capital. The ones who concentrate more capital have to pay more taxes. Public resources should ensure our rights, and impoverished sectors of our society should be benefited. Without that, we will not have care societies, and without care societies, there is no gender justice. So we see that you are prioritizing private-public alliances. That's the gate to corporate capture. We reiterate that the Beijing platform is still current, and it offers clear frameworks to move forward in decision making in all areas. To build up a true care society, it is fundamental to understand care as a common good and to transform the logics that has made an unfair division of labor. We have to defeminize care and support. It is not only women who are accountable for that. We have to transfer that responsibility to the state and the community. We have to demercantilize them so that there is universal access. The triple transformation should guide public policies, regulation, frameworks, and all of this in the states and provinces. Right to care, support to people with disabilities should be the pillars for social protection systems, ensuring full participation. Autonomy includes to have support, universal accessibility and reasonable adjustments are indispensable. So we have to promote this based on dignified humanity, free of barriers, making sure that there is autonomous participation of people. The Inter-American Court on Human Rights has recognized that this is a human right. As part of the Tlatelolco commitment, we should include these commitments and have a clear roadmap, monitoring and accountability, because we cannot allow that the regional gender agenda is reduced to symbolic statements that are empty. We demand clear commitments with the humanizing agenda of us all that will promote a political, social, economic, cultural commitment to generate well-being is sustainable and places care at the center. The agenda has been left aside. We have to acknowledge that it is important for women to be able to decide about their bodies. We have to have a restorative and repair approach. Equality, substantive equality agenda that feminisms get from Palestine to Haiti. We demand peace, justice, and equality. Thank you so much.
Agradecemos
a las mujeres de México, América Latina.
to women in Mexico, Latin America, and the Caribbean, to the United Nations systems and party states, within the framework of the 16th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, Society of Care, Governance, Political, Social Dialogue for Transformation with Gender Equality, feminists, abolitionists, grouped in this feminist forum, call upon women We have an agenda, we have several participants, we have some requests to take the floor.
En el transcurso del programa,
We've said that you will be able to take the floor later on, but I would ask you to be respectful when people are using the floor. This is the Academic Forum representation, Ana María Tepichin, Director of Gender Studies at Colegio de Mexico, and Miriam Moises, Executive Secretary of the Universities of the Caribbean. Sorry, the mic is closed. We cannot hear in the booth.
Go ahead. You should start now. Good afternoon. I'm going to speak English. My name is Miriam Moyes, Secretary General of Universities Caribbean, the Consortium of Caribbean Universities and Research Institutes. I want to greet all the Caribbean people who are present here. I know we're not many. Ministers and authorities, representatives of ECLAC member states, representatives of international organizations, distinguished panelists and representatives of civil society organizations, particularly women, feminist, youth, and indigenous women's organizations and movements. It is an honor as co-organizers of the Academic Forum of the Caribbean and Latin America to be present today to present our conclusions from the Latin American Academic Forum held by Colmex in Mexico in 2024, and the Caribbean Academic Forum organized by Universities Caribbean and the University of the West Indies in Barbados in 2025. Our belief is that universities are not meant to serve themselves, but to serve their communities. And in this respect, these forums brought together diverse voices from academia, civil society, governments, and multilateral organizations to advance discussions on care, gender equality, and sustainable development in our region. Our presentation will be bilingual. We will switch from English to Spanish. I would love to speak French, which is my native language, but I can't, so I will speak English, yes.
Mi nombre es Ana María Tepichin Valle.
My name is Ana María Tepichin Valle. I'm director of the Gender Studies at Colmex, and we will make this presentation together in English and Spanish to reflect our forum's diversity, knowledge, challenges, solutions that have been discussed at the Latin American and the Caribbean Fora have helped us transform this in diverse societies where care will be acknowledged and shared by everyone. Let me mention the highlights. Care as human right and a public good. Unequal labor division has been a focal point of both fora. It is an obstacle for economic autonomy and full participation of women. Despite its growing presence in the formal market, they are still assuming most of the unpaid work of care, and this prevents them from having other job opportunities. At the Latin American Forum in 2024, it was reaffirmed that acknowledging care as a human right and a public good is essential for sustainable growth, social equity, and resilient and just societies. It is essential if we want to build equitable societies. Decent job and economy of care. Economy of care is a growing force in our regions, but it's still informal, underestimated, and poorly paid. This is a topic that was approached at both fora. There is the need to have regulatory frameworks to ensure fair pay, social protection for the care workers, especially those working at homes. And the ILO has said that this is an important step, and it underlined the need to have effective implementation. It will only be through concrete changes to policies that we will make sure that this work be recognized and protected.
In Barbados, discussions stressed the urgency of formalizing care work and integrating care into national economic policies. The care economy was highlighted as a driver of decent employment by recognizing care as essential work and ensuring fair conditions for workers. The example was the progress of the National Union of Domestic Employees in Trinidad and Tobago, which secured a formal recognition of domestic work with basic labor rights, showing how union organizing can shape policies that embed care work into economic and social protection framework. For the Caribbean context in particular, it's important to underline the impact of climate change and the relationship between climate and care. One of the most urgent topics of the 2025 Caribbean Forum was the intersection between climate change and care. Small island developing states face unique threats, including rising sea levels, extreme weather conditions, and environmental degradation. And we have to mention also the invasion of sargassum seaweed. In the Caribbean, where coastal communities rely on tourism, agriculture, and fishing, these impacts are already being felt. Climate change is not gender neutral. Climate change deepens existing inequalities, increase women's care burden and vulnerability. The growing invasion of the sargassum seaweed, which damages ecosystems, harms local economies, and threatens public health, especially affects coastal women who depend on fishing and farming, while also increasing their unpaid work. So the forum really stressed that natural disasters hit women hardest. And this is important for the Caribbean Forum to emphasize that climate change is both an environmental and gender crisis, demanding gender-sensitive resilient strategies that respond to the specific vulnerabilities of women in fragile territories. The last aspect, thank you. The last aspect I will discuss before moving on to the final one with Ana Maria is the decolonial aspect. Both forums agreed on the need to decolonize care, adapting it to the cultural and social diversity of the region. In Latin America, emphasis was placed on integrating the perspectives of indigenous and Afro-descendant women, recognizing that care is a cultural and historical issue that requires policies aligned with local realities. In the Caribbean, participants highlighted how the colonial legacy perpetuates racial, gender, and class inequalities, and how the historically imposed roles of unpaid care on Afro-descendant and indigenous women continue to be reproduced in the unequal distribution of resources, services, and the unequal distribution of political power as well. In both spaces, there was a call for intersectional policies that address the needs of marginalized communities, including Afro-descendant, indigenous, and LGBTQ+, and women with disabilities. We need to do this while incorporating their traditions and knowledge of care. The proposed decolonial perspective demands inclusive systems that recognize and value community practices historically overlooked and that are built through the co-creation of knowledge. Knowledge must be co-created among academia, social movements, policymakers, ensuring that they respond to the lived experience of the communities they serve.
Another critical aspect mentioned in the forum was the need for having data and comprehensive research. A critical gap identified was the lack of complete data and gender-related data regarding care. Without unpaid work data, we cannot fully understand the economic and social value, nor can we develop effective policies to support care workers. They emphasize the importance to improve data gathering, including the study of the use of time based on gender, race, socioeconomic position. Also, they emphasize the role of qualitative research by capturing experiences of care workers that have been marginalized, such as colored women, women with disabilities, as well as LGBTQ+ populations that oftentimes are excluded from the dialogue. Only with complete data will we be able to design policies that will truly respond to the needs of the most vulnerable populations. By means of conclusions in both fora, they emphasize the need of recognizing care as a collective need essential for the sustainable development and social equity, integration of care policies in adaptation to climate change, decent work in care, and the need for support infrastructure are crucial topics that require immediate action. Both fora highlighted gender co-responsibility and the need to strengthen the care systems through inclusive, intersectional approaches by addressing the needs of diverse communities. It is urgent for the care work to be formalized by ensuring dignified conditions, having equal distribution of responsibilities.
To conclude, we want to assert that the future of care in the region, in the Caribbean and Latin American region, depends on collaborative projects, solution-based projects between governments, civil society, academia, and social movements. We must turn these debates into concrete initiatives that promote networking and implement policies that strengthen communities while addressing current challenges. By participating in this regional conference on women, this is my first participation, I believe we must take the momentum generated to transform these ideas into joint projects, into collaborative, solution-based projects that make care a fundamental pillar for a fairer, more sustainable, and more resilient region. Thank you very much. Merci.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you to the contribution of the academic fora. Now we would like to give the floor to the representatives of the Parliamentary Forum, Marta Lucia Meche, President of the Commission for Gender Equity in the Senate of Mexico, and Miriam Burgos, Representative Miriam Burgos. They will tell us about the contributions at the Parliamentary Forum.
¿Qué tal, colegas?
Hello, colleagues, sisters from Latin America and the Caribbean. Good morning to you all. Please be welcome. In the framework of the 16th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean that takes place in Mexico City from August 12th to 15th, and whose topic of debate was transformations in the political, economic, social, cultural, environmental sectors to foster care society and gender equity, we made a parliamentary forum on August 11th at the Legislative Palace in San Lázaro with the participation of more than 250 representatives from 40 national parliaments and the Parliamentary Union from Mercosur, Parlasur, Parlacen, from the Parlatino Parliament and Orlino, Andean Parliamentary parliaments. Such parliamentary forum coincided with the 50th anniversary of the World Conference on Women that took place right here in this very same place exactly 50 years ago. Also with the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the Declaration and Platform of Beijing's action, this milestone allowed us to reflect upon the progress made, but also about the need to continue accelerating efforts in order to achieve substantive equality across the region. We would like to share the contributions and the conclusions of the Parliamentary Forum that met in Mexico City. The first, to move towards care societies. That requires regulations that ensure the right to care and the implementation of comprehensive care policies and systems. We welcome the regulatory advancements presented in the Parliamentary Forum through the document called Right to Care in Latin America and the Caribbean, regulatory advancements, and the recent consultative opinion about the right of care in the Human Rights Inter-American Court. I'm sorry. This cough betrayed me. We highlight the framework regulations adopted by Parlatino, Declaration of the Economy of Care in Parlaméricas, the foster of the bi-regional efforts on care, and the declarations of the Latin American Assembly, and also other contributions from the region. We recognize that parliaments through... Oh, I won't be able to go on. Thank you, Madam Senator. Thank you, Senator Licher. We recognize that parliaments, through their legislative roles or budgetary roles and accountability roles, may contribute to ensure the right to care, effective access to decent work and social protection, and to promote social and gender co-responsibility. This is why in our discussions we spoke about the need to foster recognition of care as human right for people to care, to receive care, and to exercise self-care on the basis of principles of equality, universality, social co-responsibility, and gender. fostering laws that will allow us to create and strengthen comprehensive care systems that will respond to the needs of care during the life cycle and cultural diversity and communities and territories. Having as a target to universalize access and quality of services, coordination between and among institutions, financial sustainability, social co-responsibility, and gender, as well as active participation of the society, including NGOs, to foster legislative initiatives to regularly make surveys on the use of time that will allow us to measure the time devoted to care and to develop public policies, to foster initiatives to align laws with international standards on the right to care, such as the ILO agreements and the resolution on decent work and ergonomics in the body, to make progress in the implementation of maternity leaves, paternity leaves, paternal leaves, and leaves for long-term care, and leaves on the basis of emergencies that will allow to provide better care and to include other relatives other than children. Also, regulations revolving leaves must consider time, services, and benefits for care, also income and rights, both of people receiving care as well as those that provide care. Financing for gender equity requires the construction of public budgets that will ensure sustainability of policies and comprehensive care systems. We recognize progress in the region. Financing for policies in terms of equality continues to be insufficient. Therefore, according to our discussions, we detected the need to foster progressive fiscal policies and gender-based budgets together with specific financing mechanisms in order to guarantee specific allocations that will be enough and sustainable. Those resources must support all the levels and areas of public policies to face gender inequalities, to ensure the rights of women, girls, including the right to care. Also, to promote the adoption of efficacious mechanisms, follow-up and accountability mechanisms in public spending with a gender approach that will favor the implementation of policies and comprehensive care programs, to foster initiatives in parliaments in order to strengthen the institutions that work for gender equity both inside the state as well as in parliaments, recognizing the importance of maintaining national mechanisms to push forward support to women within the structure of the state. Also, to move ahead in the equal, inclusive representation of women in the decision-making positions in order to meet the regional gender agenda, the declaration and platform of Beijing's action, and the 2030 agenda. We celebrate this regional progress in fostering parity democracy, including the adoption of the regulation on parity, political violence, and also financing of political parties, as well as electoral campaigns with a gender focus. We highlighted the initiatives fostered by regional parliaments and sub-regional parliaments of Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as by the Interparliamentary Union, as well as other international organizations, to push forward standards that will consolidate parity democracies across the region. We also celebrate the recommendation number 40 of CEDAW regarding equal and inclusive representation of women in the decision-making positions. During our discussions, we also detected the following needs: to continue regulatory and electoral reforms that will institutionalize parity with alternance, and also horizontal parity and vertical parity, oversight mechanisms and sanctions upon non-compliance, to promote regulations for violence against women in politics that will define this type of violence, including violence facilitated by new technologies to include prevention mechanisms as well as sanction mechanisms. We have also proposed to review ethics and conduct regulations for political parties and the adoption of protocols. We will foster regulations that will foster democratization of financing to political parties and electoral campaigns, knowing that structural inequalities of gender have an impact on electoral competition. This includes to support initiatives that will promote leadership of women, also financing of our campaigns, also equal coverage in electoral processes, as well as incentives for political parties to bet on female candidates. Based on what we identified and on this second parliamentary forum, we foster all subnational, national, regional parliaments from Latin America and the Caribbean to strengthen their commitment in order to speed up the acceleration of the gender regional agenda and the declaration and platform of Beijing action in the region. We deeply thank the United Nations Organization for Gender Equality and Women Empowerment, also the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, and the support of the International Labor Organization. We thank them for their joint work in organizing and implementation of the Parliamentary Forum. And we prompt the future host organizations of the conference to promote similar initiatives that will strengthen interparliamentary partnerships in order to move ahead in the legislative agenda of states in accordance with the regional gender agenda. The Congress of the Union, represented by the Senate of Mexico, as well as the House of Representatives, would like to thank and express our willingness to support from our parliaments the implementation of the results of this 16th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you. We would like to thank the representatives and the senator for their contributions from the Parliamentary Forum. Finally, we will read the contributions from the Local Government Forum. Daphne Cuevas will now take the floor. Go ahead. Good afternoon to the panel participants. Good afternoon to our colleagues from the feminist forums from the region. In the framework of Subnational Forum Transforming Caring Cities, we highlighted the growing local feminist leadership that fosters urban models based on social, environmental, gender justice. Such leadership will guide us towards the construction of caring cities, where we promote fair, equal redistribution of the care work to fully recognize the economic and social value and also environmental value, and to expand time for life, self-care, ensuring active participation of communities, where women will be playing a leading role when assessing public policies, considering that rights are a human right, an indispensable condition for life sustainability, and the current organization shows structural inequalities that are negatively affecting women across their diversity and social cohesion altogether. Subnational governments, since they are close to territories and communities, play a strategic role an irreplaceable role in the design, implementation, and monitoring of care policies with a territorial, intersectional, and gender approach. The construction of caring cities accounts for a transformative activity for new culture, new environmental approach, and democratic approach in territories. The Buenos Aires commitment and the Tlatelolco commitment recognize the centrality of policies and care systems as structural basis for substantive equality and sustainable development. Based on the international and regional framework regulations, we agreed on the following. 1. To promote human right to care, to ensure universal public policies and services that will be accessible, pertinent, sufficient, and of quality, so that human right to care will not depend upon economic condition or the resources of people. Number 2, to celebrate the 31st consultative opinion that recognizes care as a human right and supports the development of comprehensive and shared responsibility of care. 3, to foster the approach of caring cities, including care as cross-cutting aspect of social, urban, political, environmental, cultural, health policies through public policies focusing on the life cycle that will ensure the right to care as well as to self-care, including infrastructure, proximity services, support to caregivers, and gender co-responsibility. This is the only way in which we will be able to recognize, to revalue, to redistribute, to reduce, and to represent the 5 R's in care. 4, to develop and to create strategies and policies in comprehensive, public, universal, accessible, quality, and culturally pertinent services that will recognize the responsibility of the state, the rights of caregivers and those that receive care, and that will promote public, social, and gender co-responsibility. These policies must be encroached in the public space with infrastructure and visible services that are close to people and dignifying, such as the experience in Mexico City, to guarantee equal access known as common good centered in urban life. 5, to institutionalize technical capabilities to implement equality policies, intercultural policies. This means that local governments will participate and will ensure the democratic provision of care services. Number 6, to promote sustainable, innovative mechanisms for financing for territorial policies related to care, labeled taxes, funds, gender-based royalties, social bonuses, to guarantee that the tax cuts will not affect programs aimed at vulnerable women, particularly programs focused on women that care without being paid, without any support networks. 7, to reinforce the use of information with an intersectional and women approach with data that will show where inequalities are so that we can have indicators about care in order to measure coverage, quality, accessibility, labor conditions, redistribution, and co-responsibility in order to rule and monitor and to assess the public policies. 8, to strengthen the economy of care as a driving force, recognizes the economic impact on the sector by formalizing jobs, by fostering cooperatives, care networks, and recognizing care as a driving force, as well as by promoting protection measures and recognition to domestic work and care work with labor justice. Number 9, to integrate an approach of care in local climate policies, recognizing the responsibilities of caregivers in rural communities to strengthen resilience and urban sustainability. Number 10, to recognize, to strengthen, and to finance community care practices sustained by base communities, women networks, natives, and that have guaranteed life in a context of exclusion or emergency. Those practices based on reciprocity, self-management, community fabric is key for territorial care models that are culturally pertinent, aimed at collective well-being. 11. To consolidate the government of local governments as a preparatory activity, an official activity of the Regional Conference on Women, reaffirming the strategic value for the participation of governments in follow-up of the Gender Regional Agenda and construction of the Society of Care. 12. To support the creation of a network of caring cities in Latin America and the Caribbean that is articulated with the existing networks in order to promote, to implement, and to finance local care systems by fostering dialogue, exchange, experiences as cooperation. These networks that we weave must create multi-level articulation programs, including governments, community organizations, international organizations, feminist movements, natives, First Nations, in order to implement policies with territorial approach to have incidence by strengthening the role of local governments in the co-responsibility of care, particularly under the framework of feminist municipal movements. 14. To recognize care as essential components of right to the city and right to human rights, reinforcing our ethical political commitment to transform, to make deep transformations in cities where care should be at the center of the public policies and collective life. 15. To thank the government of Mexico City for calling out the first subnational government forum, as the role of these subgovernments is important for policies of care. 16. To thank the government of Mexico, represented by the Secretary Citlali Hernandez and the representative of the Foreign Affairs Ministry, and also to thank ECLAC, Jose Manuel, Ana Wesmer, Luis Yañez, and UN Women represented here by Ana María Noel Baeza. Without them, without this political commitment, the Forum of Local Governments would not have been successful today. It would not be a strategy towards the future of our conference. We would also like to thank BCLG, also the Global Alliance for Care, and the feminist movement that supported us particularly. We would like to thank the governors of our region, all those colleagues that with a feminist commitment and conviction that carries a right embraced this call, and they took part in this first forum. Thank you very much to all of them.
Agradecemos a la representante del Foro de los.
We want to thank the representative of local fora for her contributions. And now I give the floor to our Secretary, Luis Yañez, so that he can share a message. Thank you, Lady Chair. I want to inform the delegations that today, between 3 and 6 p.m., we will start the negotiation process for the Tlatelolco commitment. The meeting will be held in the 1+1 mode at Luis Padilla Nervo room in the triangular building of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs right across the street. So that will start at 3 p.m. and will end at 6 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We are about
Que no lo hemos hecho de manera oficial.
to take a break I just want to tell you that we have a gastronomic and artisanal fair in this building. So you can ask our volunteers where that is. I think they have part of that fair just outside this room, and in the building next door we have a tourism exhibit. So now we will take a break and we'll resume.
En 1975, cientos de mujeres de todo el mundo se reunieron en México para formar parte de la primera conferencia mundial sobre la mujer. Este espacio organizado por la ONU abrió paso a un diálogo mundial sobre la igualdad de género. A 50 años y en el marco del 30 aniversario de la Plataforma de Acción de Beijing, un acuerdo histórico donde se reconociera a las mujeres como iguales y se pusiera un alto a las violencias, y a 25 años de la Resolución 1325 del Consejo de Seguridad de la ONU, que reconoció el papel de las mujeres en la construcción de la paz en nuestros territorios, México vuelve a ser sede y punto de encuentro para avanzar juntas en la 16ª Conferencia Regional sobre la Mujer de América Latina y el Caribe, en la cual abordaremos avances en lo político, económico, social, cultural y ambiental, para juntas impulsar los derechos de las mujeres, el valor de la sociedad de cuidados y la igualdad entre hombres y mujeres. Por primera vez, esta reunión intergubernamental la recibe una mujer, Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo, primera presidenta de México y América del Norte, cuya política progresista y enfoque humanista priorizan el bienestar de las mujeres. México se ha consolidado como un referente en el reconocimiento de los derechos humanos de las mujeres, al contar con un marco normativo que garantiza la paridad, la igualdad sustantiva y salarial, así como el derecho a una vida libre de violencias. Destaca la creación de la Secretaría de las Mujeres, en plural, porque es para todas y reconoce nuestra diversidad. Y ha implementado políticas para el bienestar de las mujeres, una serie de programas gubernamentales que promueven el fortalecimiento de los liderazgos comunitarios, el acompañamiento para el acceso a una vida libre de violencias y el cambio cultural para el logro de la igualdad sustantiva. Como un acto que reconoce y dignifica el trabajo de cuidados, la presidenta de México elevó a rango constitucional la pensión para mujeres adultas mayores a partir de los 60 años. Además, designó este año 2025 como el Año de la Mujer Indígena en México, un compromiso de justicia social para restituir el lugar histórico de las mujeres indígenas en el país. La celebración de la 16ª
Buenas tardes.
Conferencia Regional
Buenas
sobre la
tardes.
Mujer de
Buenas
América
tardes.
Latina y el
Les
Caribe
informamos a
de
todas las personas invitadas que como parte de los eventos de la 16ª Conferencia Regional sobre las Mujeres de América Latina y el Caribe, y como indica la programación del día de hoy, 13 de agosto, habrá una función de ópera en el Palacio de Bellas Artes a las 7 p.m. de la Ciudad de México, en donde es anfitriona. Para asistir al evento es necesario que pasen al módulo de información ubicado en el acceso de este recinto para que puedan recoger su boleto, sin el cual no podrán ingresar. Durante este receso, acompáñenos al Tianguis Artesanal de México. Pueden acercarse a las personas voluntarias ubicadas frente a la sala de prensa en planta baja para que puedan indicarles el camino. Buenas tardes. Les informamos a todas las personas invitadas que como parte de los eventos de la 16ª Conferencia Regional sobre las Mujeres de América Latina y el Caribe, y como indica la programación del día de hoy, 13 de agosto, habrá una función de ópera en el Palacio de Bellas Artes a las 7 p.m. de la Ciudad de México, en donde este es anfitriona. Para asistir al evento es necesario que pasen al módulo de información ubicado en el acceso de este recinto para que puedan recoger su boleto, sin el cual no podrán ingresar.
Gobierno de México.
En 1975, cientos de mujeres de todo el mundo se reunieron en México para formar parte de la primera conferencia mundial sobre la mujer. Este espacio organizado por la ONU abrió paso a un diálogo mundial sobre la igualdad de género. A 50 años y en el marco del 30 aniversario de la Plataforma de Acción de Beijing, un acuerdo histórico donde se reconociera a las mujeres como iguales y se pusiera un alto a las violencias, y a 25 años de la Resolución 1325 del Consejo de Seguridad de la ONU, que reconoció el papel de las mujeres en la construcción de la paz en nuestros territorios, México vuelve a ser sede y punto de encuentro para avanzar juntas en la 16ª Conferencia Regional sobre la Mujer de América Latina y el Caribe, en la cual abordaremos avances en lo político, económico, social, cultural y ambiental, para juntas impulsar los derechos de las mujeres, el valor de la sociedad de cuidados y la igualdad entre hombres y mujeres. Por primera vez, esta reunión intergubernamental la recibe una mujer. Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo, primera presidenta de México y América del Norte, cuya política progresista y enfoque humanista priorizan el bienestar de las mujeres. México se ha consolidado como un referente en el reconocimiento de los derechos humanos de las mujeres, al contar con un marco normativo que garantiza la paridad, la igualdad sustantiva y salarial, así como el derecho a una vida libre de violencias. Destaca la creación de la Secretaría de las Mujeres, en plural, porque es para todas y reconoce nuestra diversidad. Y ha implementado políticas para el bienestar de las mujeres, una serie de programas gubernamentales que promueven el fortalecimiento de los liderazgos comunitarios, el acompañamiento para el acceso a una vida libre de violencias y el cambio cultural para el logro de la igualdad sustantiva. Como un acto que reconoce y dignifica el trabajo de cuidados, la presidenta de México elevó a rango constitucional la pensión para mujeres adultas mayores a partir de los 60 años. Además, designó este año 2025 como el Año de la Mujer Indígena en México, un compromiso de justicia social para restituir el lugar histórico de las mujeres indígenas en el país. La celebración de la 16ª Conferencia Regional sobre la Mujer de América Latina y el Caribe en México se alza como un acontecimiento de memoria con sentido de futuro, que reconoce los logros históricos, haciendo un llamado a acelerar las transformaciones profundas y estructurales hacia la igualdad sustantiva y los derechos de las mujeres. Gracias a las luchas sociales de mujeres de todos los sectores, a quienes cada día construyen un futuro mejor, y a las organizaciones feministas, hoy estamos aquí. Sus conquistas han abierto camino y lo que hagamos ahora será el legado para las generaciones futuras. Sabemos que existen grandes retos en la región. Por eso, reconocemos el paso de mujeres que, gracias a la conquista del derecho al voto, lograron estar al frente de espacios públicos promoviendo el bienestar de los pueblos. Cientos de parlamentarias, ministras y servidoras públicas de la región demuestran que la unión construye dignidad, bienestar y soberanía plena de nuestras naciones. Desde los territorios hacia la región y del ámbito regional al global, nuestro llamado es a la acción colectiva. La suma de esfuerzos de todas las mujeres genera el cambio para nuestras sociedades. Igualdad, justicia y bienestar. Porque en México, América Latina y el Caribe es tiempo de mujeres.
16ª Conferencia Regional sobre la Mujer de América Latina y el Caribe. Gobierno de México.
En
Sí, 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 sí. Hey, hey. Sí, 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 sí. Sí, sí, sí. Sí, 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 sí. Hey, 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 hey. Sí, 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 sí. Sí. Sí, 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 sí. Sí, 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 sí. Sí, lo estoy enviando, pero... Sí, 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 para no mandarlo aquí al... Sí, 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 sí. ¿Qué suena? ¿Algo ahí? Sí, 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 sí. Sí, 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 sí. ¿Está llegando? ¿Ya están las de abajo bien? ¿Ya están las de abajo bien? 1, 2. Dos, tres, dos, tres, dos, tres, dos, tres. Freddy, 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 Freddy. 1, 2, 3. Ok, sí. Probando 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. ¿Te llega? ¿Pero sí te llega? 1, 2, 3. Ok, sí. 1, 2, 3. Ok, sí. Probando. Probando señal. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Ok, sí. 1, 2, 3. Ok, sí. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Ok, sí. Probando 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. Vamos a hacer ya aquí la prueba del streaming. Vale. We want to put your audio through the floor. 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 Floor.
Okay. I thank you all for making all these efforts. All efforts. All efforts. All efforts. Is this enough?
Muy buenas tardes. Estamos haciendo pruebas para la conferencia. Ok, voy de nuevo con prueba de sonido. Muchas gracias. Ok, voy de nuevo con prueba de sonido. Muchas gracias. Voy de nuevo con prueba de de hoy. 3. Voy de nuevo con prueba de
WebEx Assistant is enabled to Save audio highlights. Save audio highlights. Save audio highlights. Save audio highlights. Save audio
Escuché, ahorita escuché un poco de documentación, pero ya que quedó fuera. ¿Cómo me están escuchando en sala? Ahorita ya no recibo ninguna retroalimentación, estoy escuchando nada.
Hola, hola, hola.
Sí, te escucho bien, Pedro.
Sí, pero tengo retorno. Me está llegando el audio de... Hola, hola, hola. Tres. Uy, me rebota. ¿Cómo que escucho los parlantes de sala? No sé. Espérame, 1, 2, 3. No, creo que estoy escuchando la sala. Me llega de vuelta a la sala. Puede ser que... Déjame revisar que integré los micrófonos abiertos. 1, 2, 3. Prueba de audio. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Prueba de audio. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Prueba de audio. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Prueba de audio. 1, 2, 3. Perfecto. Si me mandan audio de vuelta.
Hola, hola. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Se escucha este es audio de piso. Hola, 1, 2, 3, 4. Y esto está saliendo para allá, para que lo escuchen en Webex. Hola, hola. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
1, 2, 3. Prueba de audio. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, prueba de audio. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Ahí abre el micrófono y se me devuelve el audio.
Hola, hola, 1, 2, 3. ¿Él me escucha? Pedro me escucha.
Un segundo.
Pedro, ¿me escuchas? ¿Me escuchas, Pedro? Hola, hola. ¿Y esta que está sacando? Solo inglés. Ok. Que no están, como no están hablando, porque Pedro, si me escuchas, nada más confírmame si me escuchas. ¿Qué es lo que tú decías? O sea, él no me escucha, a menos de que hable el intérprete. Y él va a hablar en... Va a ser difícil, por ejemplo, cuando les dé la palabra. Doy la palabra, no sé qué.
Uno, dos. 1, 2, 3, como escuchan.
Hola, hola, hola. Hola.
1, 2, 3.
Ahí está Eric. Hola.
Hola, hola, hola. Probando. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. ¿Me escuchas? Hola, hola. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Probando. Cabina de inglés. Hola, ¿me escuchan bien? ¿No me escuchan bien? ¿Sí me escuchan bien? Hola, hola, hola. ¿Ya? Ah.
Sí.
¿Ya me estás mandando piso? Hola, hola, hola. Gracias. Ya está, ¿no? Hola, hola, ahí está, ¿no? Entonces, mira, ¿mandé? Sí. Hola, hola, hola. Hola, 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 sí. Hola, hola, sí. Sí. Hola, hola, ah, hola. Hey, hola, hola.
Hola, hola, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, testing. Can you hear me? Okay.
A los expositores.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Desde piso, uno, dos, tres, uno, dos, tres, uno, dos, tres. Ok, ahora viene prueba en español, probando audio para español. Estamos continuando y haciendo pruebas para audio en español. Uno, dos, tres, uno, dos, tres, uno, dos, tres. Estamos esperando confirmación. Audio para intérprete en español. Uno, dos, tres. Ok, vamos a cambiar a tres a inglés. Hello, one, two, three. Hola, hola, hola. Uno, dos, tres. Uno, uno, dos, uno, uno, dos, tres, haciendo prueba de audio. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, siete, audio para piso, audio para piso. Estamos probando, confirmando para la transmisión de que tenemos todo para el próximo año. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo va? ¿Va bien? Vamos bien. Estamos hablando de 3, 4, 5, 6. Voy a mandar audio en inglés para poder interpretar en inglés. Hi, hello. We are here for the panel that is following up with people connecting from far away. So we need to do allowing them to participate so we can have all the papers and how to create more development. Hello. Pedro, por favor, le puedes llamar y a WhatsApp. Gracias. Uy, caray, ya está lloviendo. Ok, vamos haciendo la prueba, vamos buscando que el audio no se retroalimente y que se escuche bien. Pero parece que se está escuchando bien. ¿Listo? Bien. Sí, vamos que se está escuchando bien en piso. Pedro, ¿tú nos estás escuchando? Vamos a hacer, vamos bien. Vamos bien. 1, 2, 3. Haciendo pruebas finales para...
Muy buenas tardes.
My dear colleagues, good afternoon. Let's resume our meeting now. I kindly ask you to take your seats. And first of all, I would like to say that we will move on with the set of topics that was approved this morning. I will now be the moderator on this dialogue of high-level authorities on the care society, governance, political economy, and social dialogue for a transformation with gender equality. The objective of this meeting is to contribute to the debate on advancement and challenge on our pathway to equality and substantive equality. Likewise, government authorities will talk about those strategies that have been implemented nationwide to ensure the implementation of the regional gender agenda and both national and international commitments as well as local priorities. I would now like to invite our delegations to hold their cartels up so that we acknowledge the different delegations. I can see the Colombian delegation. You have the floor. Hello. Good afternoon. Allow me to start by thanking the Mexican government and ECLAC and women, the Ministry of Women, for their commitment in organizing and developing the 16th Regional Conference on Women. It is an honor to be part of this discussion. We will establish dialogue around one of the most urgent transformations of our time to move forward towards care society with gender equality. To talk about care is to talk about centralism of life, protection, collective well-being, including nature's preservation and the future of our democracies. It is also to talk about persistent inequalities, disproportionate ones that are impacting the bodies, times, and pathways of women. In our region, women still are taking 70% of unpaid work, which limits their economic autonomy, access to dignified jobs, and use of free time. The lack of efficacious public policies to redistribute domestic work and unpaid work really impacts those women who are in poverty, who live in rural areas, or all the diverse indigenous women, Afro-descendant women. It impacts them in all their ways of life. In line with the National Development Plan 22-26 of Gustavo Petro's and Francia Marquez government, Colombia, the life power, we created this Ministry of Equality, and we have taken some actions in the area of care. We've created the Vice Ministry of Women, which is the key gender mechanism. Within the framework of such efforts, we have moved forward in acknowledging community care practices, given the key role played by midwives, community mothers, environmental caregivers in sustaining life in the indigenous, Afro-descendant, peasant, and popular territories. Colombia's commitment to this transformative paradigm, as well as revolutionary one, is not limited to our country, to our national borders, to the feminist policy of South-South cooperation, the first national plan of Resolution 1325, and the Observatory of Women for the Peace and Safety of Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, is that we are adopting a global approach, convinced that both gender intersectionality and focus on care need to be cross-cutting axes of our national and international agendas. It is to that extent that we share several topics that are part of our agenda for this session. We want to take the right pathway towards multilateralism that is in crisis today. We need to transform cultural imaginaries. That's one of the main challenges our society faces. We cannot fairly distribute the care work. So we have to develop protection and well-being strategies for the comprehensive development of our women so that they can carry out their lives in an autonomous, violence-free environment, as well as masculinities that can be committed to this effort. And just like that, all of us together, we will be able to build a loving future, a society that has no borders, that will take care of life and protect it in all of its dimensions, and also drive the works towards closing the gap caused by inequality. The commitment to gender equality and the construction of potential future for women and girls is what calls upon us today and inspires us to defend the collective effort represented by this regional conference on women in Latin America and the Caribbean, hand in hand with feminists and women who have taken this as their driving force. So I'm honored to announce on behalf of the Colombian government the appointment of our country as the headquarters or the seat for our 17th Conference Regional on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean for the year 2028. We will contribute to strengthening our society based on our experiences and good practices, and we will continue to promote a feminist intersectional agenda that will have a peace search, sustainability within our region and within the whole world. Thank you so much.
I would like to thank Colombia's delegation for their intervention, and we have taken note about your nomination to host the next regional conference in your country. We will now continue with the list of speakers. In order to finish before 5 p.m., I would like to ask all delegations to please limit your interventions just to 3 minutes. I would like to acknowledge Brazil's delegation. Brazil, you have the floor. Good afternoon. Brazil sends greetings and congratulates the Executive Secretary of ECLAC and UN Women for the important document that they submitted in this conference. And we would also like to thank the comments that you made this morning. Brazil recognizes care as a right, as a work and the need of all people. Also, care is seen as a public good, without which labor, strength, or force cannot be exercised. And without care, economy, society, institutions cannot work properly. Under the leadership of President Lula, we have placed care in the center of the political agenda, as well as the economic, social, cultural agenda of the country, with the conviction that without care, there's no equality. Without gender justice, there is no sustainable development. Despite the social organization of care has inequalities of gender, race, class, territory, and all of that disproportionately affect women, Afro-descending women, indigenous women, indigenous women from the First Nations, lesbian, bisexual, trans, transvestite, those living in the rural areas and the suburbs. Overcoming these inequalities is a precondition for justice and for social inclusion, as well as for the autonomy and free living of women, involving all public policies, governments, and civil society. There is no democracy without a fair redistribution of care work. In the year 2024, we introduced a law for the national care policy in Brazil. This is the first time that we have this law that sees care as a right for people, and also the state is a guarantor. As part of the principles, we find social co-responsibility and gender responsibility, also interdependence between those that care and receive care, equity and non-discrimination also, anti-racism, anti-disabling ideas, and inclusion of anti-racism as a principle of the policy, and that responds to the fact that care work in the country is not just feminized or exerted by women, but also care work also is embedded in one single race. So we need to overcome this sexual, racial inequality of this care work. Also, besides the law, we now have specific initiatives to advance in enforcing the right of care in the Brazilian society. This is, we have engaged into dialogues with the 27 states in the 5,570 Brazilian municipalities. Such actions and principles show our position. This is the official position we have for the 17th Regional Conference on Women of Latin America and the Caribbean, available on the platforms of this event. We also recognize that we had made progress in the last few years. Nevertheless, sustainable financing is important, and that's a challenge in order to consolidate these policies in Brazil. So financing is important. Finally, we would like to congratulate the historic decision of the Inter-American Court to acknowledge care as a human right, and we hope to see that reflected on the commitment that we are making. And as the President, Claudia Sheinbaum, said, it is time for women in Latin America and the Caribbean. We women, feminists here, have this historic task of leading the construction of this new model of development that will place at the core care as well as life and planet sustainability. So let us build this new feminist temple together. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the Minister from Brazil for her participation. Now we would like to give the floor to the Minister of Chile. Good afternoon to all delegations, to the civil societies, and of course, the government of Mexico. I would like to start by thanking the opportunity they gave me to participate here. And I would also like to thank from Chile, after a dialogue involving more than 400 women in all 16 regions from our country. As a preparation for this conference, I would also like to thank the vision expressed in this document of society and care. Moving towards transformation of our society towards equity is not just urgent, but it is important to consolidate our democracies. This is why we want to continue serving at the board of the conference so that we can undertake actions in these next 10 years in the area of care society. In the recent summit for democracy in Santiago that brought together the presidents from Chile, Uruguay, Colombia, Spain, democracy is not just one way of managing power, but democracy is a collective activity of justice, dignity, equality. And in a patriarchal context, care is a feminine, has a feminine touch, but it also has a human touch. This vision inspires us in our pathway in Chile. We are now implementing, reducing the working hours down to 40 hours because this co-responsibility needs time. We have doubled the minimum wage. We have also acknowledged the first results of a reform that took more than 20 years to be implemented. This reform tries to improve the retirement funds for women that have worked, women that have had unequal pensions in the past. Our law for parental responsibility has benefited 280,000 families with pension paid to women by men, and we will also move in building a national care system, Chile Cuida, that not only assigns responsibility but will look at care as a social responsibility and also as a fourth pillar of social security. In the government of President Bachelet, we expanded by 400% care for support. Our national care policy in 2030 crosses all across with 100 measures across the entire state. We also congratulate the consultative opinion of CTH. I would like to thank the leadership by our sisters from Argentina because they were able to achieve that in 2022. In a region, they propose to get well-being with fewer states, but we will do this by strengthening our public life, efficacy, care. This is how we will be able to improve democracy and improve life. Care society is a historic opportunity that we need to take advantage of in Latin America and in the Caribbean towards a better life. Thank you. I would like to thank the Chilean delegation. I would like to give the floor to Uruguay delegation. Authorities, representative of states, of international organizations, of feminist organizations, women organizations, and civil society colleagues. First off, I would like to thank the hospitality of Mexico for Uruguay. For Uruguayans, Mexico will always be in our heart because of the solidarity expressed. This is why, for so many years, we have felt so close to Mexico. Also, I would like to thank UN Women and ECLAC for this conference, and particularly for the document that we received this morning. From Uruguay, we sent greetings, and we are happy in being able to participate in this meeting that for almost 50 years today shares a common ground. This is to recognize human rights of women, also the full exercise of their autonomy and gender equity as preconditions for sustainable development with equality. Once again, this regional conference on women is challenging because today it calls upon to take care as sustainable development with equality. There's been unjust care, and this is an obstacle for the exercise of women's rights. We won't be able to reach physical, economic, political autonomy if we do not transform the structure that unfairly lies on the shoulder of women, with additional social inequalities because of class, gender, sexual orientation, racial, generational, disabilities, territorial, that even makes this even worse. Work redistribution, unpaid work is not just an act of justice, it is a precondition for sustainability of life. It is not enough to recognize that. We need firm actions to move ahead. This is why from Uruguay we reemphasize our commitment to continue creating this care system. It should be universal, comprehensive, that it should promote social co-responsibility, gender co-responsibility, and that should be intercultural, that will also have sustainable financing and also interinstitutional governance that will ensure active participation of the organized civil society, that it should protect sustainability in the political disturbances that could happen in our countries. We acknowledge that care is a human right, the right to care, to be cared, self-care, on the basis of equality, co-responsibility, and universality. This entails a commitment by the state to enforce the rights in women, family, men, communities, the private sector. All of them should share the responsibility to care. Care society is a political, cultural, and economic project that places people at the center as well as life. This is a project that transforms the relationships of power. It dismantles the culture of privilege, and it builds new ways of fair and more solidary interactions. In Uruguay, we firmly say that care society is possible as long as it is collective. It is up to the states to create interinstitutional agreements with the participation of organized civil society, including women and feminist organizations whose battles have been historically driving force for care and gender equality as a human right. Only with their active participation and critical and propositive participation will we be able to set the pathway towards the care society that we dream of. A society where all people will live on equal basis and women will fully enjoy their physical, economic, and political autonomy and enjoy their human rights. Because this is the only way in which we will be able to have sustainable development with equality and life-centered. I would like to close by reminding you that this year we celebrate 30 years of the Declaration of Beijing, a roadmap that was historic towards gender equality. This was achieved thanks to the battle of women and feminist movements from this region and from the entire world. 30 years later, the principles and commitments are still in force and will still be guiding our actions in order to keep moving towards a fairer, more equal and democratic society. In view of that, from Uruguay, we reaffirm our commitment with the implementation of the platform of Beijing, and we reject all types of setbacks or denial of the rights that we have already accomplished. And finally, I would like to share some words from our writer, Eduardo Galeano. For those of us that have decided to change the world, many little people in small places doing little things can change the world. this regional conference on women should be one small things that will change the life of women from our region and the world. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the delegation from Uruguay, and I would like to give the floor to the delegation from the Dominican Republic. Honorable Secretary and members of the Table of Honor, government authorities, legislators, representatives of the municipal branch, organizations of cooperation for development, representatives from the civil society, the private sector, from the academia, from the women and feminist movements, ladies and gentlemen. The Dominican Republic congratulates the carrying out of this 16th Regional Conference on Women for Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as the submitting or the presentation of the document for care, society, governance, political, economy, and social dialogue for a transformation with gender equity that reflects the advancements that we have made in the region, but particularly it calls upon to have a greater commitment with the care policies in order to get societies that will be more inclusive. And we would also like to thank especially the hospitality and the momentum and the commitment of the Mexican government and Mexican people that are hosting us here so kindly. We would like to also emphasize the importance of moving towards care societies that shall recognize the territories responding to the local needs and moving hand in hand with the economic and environmental policies. We also value the recognition of the right to self-care, and we also recognize the importance of looking at mental health of those that care and those that require care as well. For the Dominican Republic, the national care policy is part of the priorities of the government led by Dr. Luis Abinader and Vice President Raquel Peña. And this policy has been developed with a comprehensive vision in order to fight poverty, in order to foster equality, in order to foster productivity, and particularly to foster social and economic development. This strategy has enabled us to consolidate an interinstitutional and intersectorial platform, and we would like to highlight the following advancements: expansion and diversification of services for more than 180,000 senior citizens, people that have disabilities, and also for children. Also, we trained more than 6,000 caregivers and personnel from the system. We also made investments, and we included the care policy in the law for the budget of the state. But we also have generated digital data for the implementation of care policies. In our country, we also promote an initiative, a bill of law, so that care be at the core of the public policies. This is for care to be part of social protection policies. In our government, we are totally convinced that care is a right and also an indispensable pillar for human development. And they need to be set out with other national policies and priorities. A very important step for the transformation of our society has been the opening of the Magali Pineda School of Equality. This is a training center on equality, to develop competencies for the design, implementation of public policies, for having a cross-cutting approach on gender and human rights. This school is a very important asset for the training in care, and we hope that this will become a benchmark for our region. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dominican Republic is the second country in terms of advancements in gender equity according to the Global Gender Report of the World Economic Forum. We've been able to escalate 21 positions thanks to the advancements in political participation, access to university education and pre-university education, and also because we have had increase in feminine participation in the labor market, as well as in support for women entrepreneurial efforts led by women. Also, we have made progress in terms of the poverty reduction. The monetary poverty rate in our country has dropped by 12% between 2020 and the year 2024. And extreme poverty, female extreme poverty, has dropped by 2.5%. This is the lowest ever since we have data in our country. I would like to wrap up by highlighting one of the big challenges that we still see in our country, which is gender violence. In this regional conference, as a result of the public policies and the strengthening of the protection system to victims, we have experienced a reduction of 21.8% in shameful femicides between 2020 and the year 2024 as compared to the 4 previous years. And finally, women's health is also top priority for our government. And by 2024, we were able to reduce maternal deaths by 20% as compared to the previous year. And we have also had increase by 11.5% in female representatives in our Congress, and also more mayoresses in municipalities. The Dominican Republic reiterates its commitment to continue moving ahead towards a sustainable development, to narrow gaps, to have safe places for women, and towards having a care society that will place at its core the human dimension as well as the autonomies of all women. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the participation of the Dominican Republic. We would like to give the floor now to the delegation from Cuba. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, I would like to thank the report, the position report, which is so comprehensive, that has been given to us in order to make decisions and to keep moving alongside these lines. Cuba recognizes as a supreme value human dignity. And so in this sense, this is the regulatory framework that has allowed us to recognize right to care, although not as an individual right, but as shared responsibility between the state, the society, and family, particularly in terms of protection of vulnerable groups such as girls, boys, teenagers, and elderly, among others. The protection of these groups is our priority. We promote the comprehensive development. We set out the duties for the government, for the society, and for families in terms of care, health protection, education, and general well-being, including the protection to the environment. Thanks to the partnerships we have in Cuba between and among the government, the civil society, the academia, also the La Habana University Care Network, because in Cuba we have a regulation, we have a decree that is the comprehensive system for the care of life. As was implemented, other public policies were approved that protect women and their families. An example of that is the decree of maternity for women and the responsibility of families. These reforms have been updated 3 times in the last few years. This decree protects pregnant women for 6 months before labor. Women are paid 6 months earlier and 15 months after delivery by being paid. Here also fathers participate as well as grandmothers, grandfathers, and the people that the mother assigns. Also, recently we have approved another piece of legislation that recognizes care as if it were a formal job. Also, the Code of Family in Cuba benefits particularly caregivers. Even when it comes to inheritance, caregivers have benefits, privileges above others, even above daughters or sons. We have also approved a legal standard that sets out some care for babies or infants. This gives more opportunity to women and family to participate in the social life to benefit from development. Mr. Chairman, we're not satisfied with our achievements so far because there's much to be done. However, we are on the right track. And in the proposal made when we discussed the report, this is to declare 10 years of action. You can count on Cuba. Cuba will help during these next 10 years because we have strong commitment with gender equity. And whatever hinders that process, we will continue fighting it. It will be still at the core of our public policies. Thank you very much.
Agradezco.
I thank the Cuban delegation for their participation, and now I give the floor to Jamaica's delegation.
Thank you so much, Chair. I bring greetings from Sunshine, Jamaica, where my minister is currently in the process of having conversations around an election. We have been doing quite a few things in terms of the fact that we do have 2 large oversight documents that allow us to be able to do significant work. The first one is our national policy for gender equality, and that gives us raising the tray for gender mainstreaming. Through the national policy for gender equality, we've been able to zero in on looking at care work and protection of the most vulnerable in cases where there is a specific need for that wraparound service. The National Policy for Gender Equality is predicated on the due diligence framework, and so it speaks to 4 guiding principles. The first is gender equality and social justice. And we've been able to do significant work around gender equality and social justice through partnerships. The second strategic priority area would look at engaging political will. We've seen where when we have political will and commitment from ministers, from persons at the top in leadership positions, we've been able to increase the number of women in politics because our policy speaks to increasing the percentage of women in politics to at least 30% and to have the representation be so layered that women are able to run for seats, win seats, and remain in politics. The third policy guideline would look at how we engage stakeholders, multi-sectoral approach and partnerships. We've been very fortunate in Jamaica to have international development partners. A lot of them are in this room, UN Women, UNDP, UNFPA, IDB, who have been extremely supportive of the work that we do to ensure that whenever we have a specific action that's required, we're able to get support. The fourth policy action would be the participatory approach. And so I commend the organizers of the 16th conference because we are actually here invited to participate. And so this is an example of the participatory approach. We have been invited in many spaces to speak about the work that we do, and not only Jamaica, but the Caribbean as a whole. Because when we speak about the work we do in Jamaica, we also speak of the work that's done in the Caribbean, because we have lots of commonalities. The second document that I would want to refer to that guides our work is the National Strategic Action Plan. It is a gender-based plan that's very ambitious. It looks at 5 strategic priority areas. And each of those areas would be specific to what is required based on consultative work that we have done and gender analyses over the years. The first strategic priority area looks at prevention. And that looks at how do we ensure that legislation is layered and amended, and where possible introduce new legislation, such as the newest is sexual harassment, protection and prevention legislation, which we just saw the light of day, and we allowed that legislation to be able to guide our actions so that persons in public spaces, workspaces, landlord-tenant situations, institutions, recreational spaces are protected from sexual harassment. It is gender neutral, and so it protects men and women. The second area would be looking at protection. And how do we protect women, girls, men, and boys? And to that extent, we have launched 2 operational shelters. They are so designed to ensure that persons who need support are able to get that support. We've also allowed for the launch of a continuum of care for survivors of gender-based violence. And it says just what it does. It's a wraparound service that allows for all parties who would be poised to support victims or gender-based violence survivors to be able to get that support. So the Ministry of National Security, the Ministry of Labor, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, of course, will be coordinating on that, and any other service provider who provides service, whether legal support, psychosocial counseling, and other forms of support, to engage stakeholders and to ensure that we provide the support that's required. The third layer looks at how do we ensure that we ramp up prosecution, enforcement, and just making sure that if a protection order is breached, which it happens a lot, that that person is allowed to take another protection order out, or where the person is unable to because of trauma, or the person is just unable to. Then we have the Bureau of Gender Affairs and other fit parties that have been named that will do that wraparound service for those victims. And the final layer would look at the participatory approach. And how do we make sure that data is layered and that data is so driven that it is reliable and accurate and accessible to all. And so I am really so happy to be here celebrating with you because you're having your first female president. We understand what that feels like. We had something like that in Jamaica a couple of years ago, and it was excellent, the support we got, when persons recognized that we could actually have a woman holding the most important and highest seat in political government. And that has really impacted and has allowed us to be able to do a whole lot of work. So I end by using 3 Ps, which we have found to be extremely pivotal to the work we do. The first one is ensuring that partnerships are so important. And so I must say thank you, a very big thank you to all our partners, some of them are in this room, who have allowed us to be able to be buoyant, especially when we had natural disasters, burial, and so many others. COVID, of course. We also value political will, because we recognize that without that, in many cases, we would not achieve. And finally, the participatory approach. Thank you so much for allowing Jamaica and the Caribbean islands to participate in a big way in the activities that you have, so that our voices are heard, we are seen, we are recognized, and we are appreciated. I thank you.
I thank the Jamaican delegation for their participation. Now, I give the floor to the Paraguay delegation. Good afternoon, everyone. We greet the presidency of the 16th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, and thank you for your invitation. I want to tell you that Paraguay is going through a well-defined process towards gender equality. There has been social participation, and it has been made visible, the public agenda and care as a fundamental right and a shared social responsibility. Even though we know there are still challenges or we face many barriers to obtain equality, advancements as of today reflect sustained commitment to this transformation of reality. We have just approved the first care policy in 2020. We considered a survey of use of time carried out in the country by an interinstitutional group with the active participation of the civil society, the academia, and several feminist organizations. So within this context, last April, Paraguay approved its first action plan on the care policy 2020-2030 together with interinstitutional collaboration of different organizations. The commitments will be gradually assumed, and we will target different populations in the construction and validation process. We had the valuable support of NGOs, the academia, the scientific society, unions, and obviously active participation of domestic workers, rural and indigenous female populations. They shared a much deeper perspective about care nationwide. So this is the start of a new era in Paraguay in effectively implementing this policy, endowing our country with a pathway that is focused on fundamental rights and interinstitutional commitment. I also want to say that we have driven a process at Congress. We now have a bill to create the national care system, SINABUD, because of that's the acronym, and there is political will to approach it like that. Another significant advancement has been perception around care in Paraguay. This has been developed with the Inter-American Development Bank, and the tool allows us to delve into citizens' perception regarding care and provides us with key inputs for the design of communication strategies targeted at promoting this national policy. On the other hand, we acknowledge that having gender equality is impossible if we don't have the gender mechanisms, the right funding, follow-up mechanisms, and assess collective responsibility. And finally, I want to mention that these actions are part of the Paraguayan state commitment in order to guarantee substantive equality between men and women, territorial justice, and full social inclusion, acknowledging care as a human right and as essential component of sustainable development. Thank you. We thank the Paraguayan delegation for their intervention, and now I give the floor to the Venezuelan delegation. Happy afternoon, everyone. Ministers, leaders of social movements that join us at this Congress, sisters of struggle. I'm at this ancestral territory, and I want to greet you with my indigenous language. Greetings to you all. We really congratulate you for the organization of the 16th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, and the anniversary of the Beijing platform creation. Advancement by the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Within this room has its roots in something that really marked women as a nation. Commander Hugo Chavez, placed emancipation of Venezuelan women at the center of the Bolivarian project. The feminist heritage has been assumed by Nicolás Maduro Moro, our current president, who states that women have to be the key players in socialist, inclusive, harmonious, free, and peaceful territories. In Venezuela, gender-based perspective is cross-cutting axis in designing public policies. To date, a new legal framework, including 28 laws that have been approved, has been created. We have the organic legislation on right of women to violence-free lives, care system for life, protection of the family, motherhood and parenthood, including their reforms. Likewise, the law for comprehensive care of the elderly, of our elderly citizens, to drive human development. All of these laws have a direct impact on the lives of women, from their political and economic participation to their physical and emotional well-being. We can say today that 42% of women in our Bolivarian country have reached, through popular election, some representative positions, and the Bolivarian government has also carried out the great project, which is called Bolivia Women. 6,631,466 women are part of this effort, a territorial policy that is anchored on certain specificities of the Bolivarian process and that has been designed to take comprehensive care of women, both in the health, education, economic empowerment, eradication of violence, political organization, and we also take care of communication, culture, and the ecologist female. Another policy that has been designed by the Bolivarian government has to do with the plan going back to our homeland, and it is a uniform response that caused migration of thousands of Venezuelans, both males and females, and children who have been victims of xenophobia and discrimination in some foreign countries. And this program was born in the year 2018 as part of a social protection policy and ensuring the right to go back to dignified or go back to their homelands in a dignified way and being comprehensively protected, ensuring employment, health, education, and accompaniment of each and every one of those who have returned to their homeland. This is a task carried out by the Bolivarian government, but it has been limited because of economic and political harassment, brutal harassment, 1,041 coercive measurements by the United States and its allies. We have to remember that 48 operational program of the Buenos Aires Commitment in the year 2022, when this type of unilateral actions were rejected because they violate or vulnerate human rights, they hinder development and result in social inequalities, especially in the lives of women and girls. The relaunch of Women's Observatory and Gender Equality by ECLAC fills us with hope. We have to study this phenomenon of fascist outbreaks taking place in some of the region's countries by some governments, representing backwardness and hindering the achievement of many, many great accomplishments for females. Unilateral measures directly impact care of women, and today we urge the 16th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean to make this call for peace in the region. Without peace, there is no possible development. There is no real equity or equality. There is no care society to be consolidated. Women are the loving and protecting symbol of mankind, or humankind, so we must safeguard lives as the highest human value. And that is why we demand respect to self-determination of the peoples, and we want to express our acknowledgement to a woman that has clearly shown that when women are the ones to rule, women can face and overcome any obstacle. I'm talking about the President of the United Mexican States, a brilliant leader, political leader that can contribute to emancipation of the Americas. And I also remember Iraida Vargas, the Venezuelan writer, who said, the present is part of what we were in the past and what we want to be in the future. What we do today will only make sense as long as we are dignified representatives of the history that freed us and part of the country that we need. So unity and struggle, common interests, where women move forward, men will not step back, never step back. Thank you so much.
Agradezco a la delegación de Venezuela por su intervención.
Thanks to the Venezuelan delegation. Now I give the floor to Honduras. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Honduras reaffirms its commitment to the celebration of the 16th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. We're fully convinced that gender equality is indispensable to build a peaceful and sustainable future world. On behalf of Iris Xiomara Castro, the first female president in Honduras, I want to express our congratulations for an outstanding international leadership, and we are thankful for joint ECLAC efforts and UN women efforts in organizing this event, and this is within the international context today that is marked by crisis endangering the future of our planet and life itself. Growing inequalities, climate change, migration, food safety, and threats to worldwide peace require coordinated actions by international players. Honduras allocates or places special importance or relevance to the care work, not only for personal well-being, but for collective progress of economies around the world. We acknowledge that most of the care work is carried out by women, frequently is not paid takes place in informal conditions and it's highly invisible. Within this context and with the firm commitment of the first female Honduras president, we are working in the comprehensive care system, including public policies emphasizing, acknowledging, and redistributing or recognizing and redistributing these care models not only between men and women, but between the state, the labor market, the community, and households. All of this from the gender, human rights, intersectional, and territorial perspectives. We created the Care Cabinet, a key space to promote governance and social transformation. And we are working in the bill for the comprehensive care system that will regulate the care work, especially the one carried out by women, ensuring social protection for those who provide or receive care, and involving all sectors of our society. So we are proud to say that Honduras is now working on the first comprehensive care policy to protect the rights of caregivers, making their economic contribution visible, and challenge stereotypes that perpetuate inequalities. So we will include perspective of migrant workers, ensuring that the approach is truly inclusive and holistic. My dear colleagues and friends, we celebrate these achievements. They are the result of feminist movements, of colectivos and women organizations that have fought this bitter struggle, looking for justice and structural transformation within Honduras and the entire region. We thank you all for your brave and courageous leadership, for your commitment that drives us to continue to work in a society where everyone, females, girls, will develop to the maximum level. We are fully convinced that the care work is urgent to achieve sustainable growth and the pathway to increase social systems resilience, reduce inequalities for women and girls in our region. Nothing about us without us. Thank you.
Agradezco a la delegación de Honduras por su intervención.
We are thankful to Honduras for their participation, and now I give the floor to the...
Primero quiero dar mi más sincero agradecimiento a México.
I'm deeply thankful to Mexico and to ECLAC for having organized this great conference. It is an honor to be here with you, and I want to congratulate you because of the excellent document presented here today. To strengthen care systems means to acknowledge interdependence between individual, collective well-being as the foundation for sustainable growth. Germany acknowledges the strategic relevance as a basis for gender equality and sustainable growth. Germany acknowledges this and congratulates the efforts of the region. We consider care as a global public good in Europe, in Latin America, in the Caribbean. We share similar challenges: an aging population, climate change, technological transformations that exert a lot of pressure on current care systems and may widen the inequality gap. So the position paper I consider is essential. It is acknowledged that there are many valuable things and that Germany can take this as a basis to design its own care policies. Sustainability is key in achieving gender equality and comprehensive development. So I reiterate the support that my government is willing to give. We can learn a lot from each other. Thank you so much.
I would like to thank Germany's delegation, and I would like to give the floor to the delegation of Guatemala. Distinguished members of the Table of Honor, authorities of ECLAC, UN Women, Mexican government, organizers of this regional conference, honorable ministers, public officials, defenders, leaders of women, organizations of the civil society. Special greetings to the peasant, rural, indigenous women that are here with us today in this 16th Regional Conference on Women. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Mexican government and the distinguished President of Mexico for hosting us here in this historic moment for women. Please receive greetings on behalf of the Guatemala delegation, and particularly from the Presidential Secretary of Women in representation of the President of the Republic of Guatemala, Mr. Bernardo Arévalo. Today we are here to reaffirm our commitment with the transformation of Guatemala into a care society where all women that take part in the groups of our country, Mayans, Incas, Mestizas, Afro-descendants, for all of them to fully exercise their rights to care, to be cared for, and self-care under conditions of equality and dignity. According to the statistical information of our Bureau Center, from the year 2024, in 2024, Guatemala has more than 17 million inhabitants, out of which 51% are women. Also, children, teenagers, and elderly account for more than 45% of the population. Also, 13% of children between 4 and 17 have some sort of disability. So these data show that a big chunk of the population require care services. Under this context, women are the ones that support a big deal of the care work. I would like to emphasize that in the year 2023, women, on average, spent 5 hours and 35 minutes a day in unpaid activities, more than twice the time than men spent on those activities. Those activities include caring for people, agricultural, familiar activities, cleaning, preparing food, gathering firewood and water, among many other activities. This workload, unpaid workload, occurs in a context of big structural inequalities. 39.6% of Guatemalan women live under the line of poverty, and almost 16% in extreme poverty. Although 28.7% of households are headed by women, most of those women face obstacles to have a formal job. These data clearly show that in Guatemala, after 2024, we decided to make commitments in the state to move towards a care society It is not just a mere aspiration. This takes a sense of urgency because care work historically has been invisible and carried out mainly by women. And so this is a fundamental pillar for the sustainability of life and development of families. This is why, for the government of the President of the Republic of Guatemala, Mr. Bernardo Arevalo, and for the Vice President, Ms. Karen Hereda, to them it is critical to move towards a recognition, redistribution, and valorization of the contribution of women through tangible actions. In Guatemala, we are setting out commitments in terms of care, recognizing the right to maternity, paternity, as well as co-responsibility in the child rearing through our current policies. We want to promote maternity, paternity leaves, as well as areas for breastfeeding in public and private settings. Care has positioned itself as a priority of our agenda. This is why, on July 18th, 2024, we created a strategic task force for care, and we also signed an agreement for interinstitutional coordination. This represents an important step forward to recognize care as a fundamental right, considering that it is important to consolidate a social comprehensive care system that provides well-being to the society. And this is where the approach of care, self-care for women, should be a topic that should be discussed in the public agenda of Guatemala. In order to conclude, I can tell you that in Guatemala we reaffirm our commitment to ensure the right to care, to be cared, and for self-care. And this is a collective responsibility. The government in Guatemala is taking important steps forward to recognize the scientific knowledge, ancestral scientific knowledge of indigenous women for the care of health, care of girls and women's bodies by their grandmothers or midwives and healers. Also, recognition of cosmovisions of Mayan, Garífunas women, Afro-descendants and Chingas women, the care of nature, care of forests, rivers, and the environment. Also, the care for maize, native seeds, for food sovereignty that will ensure dignified life for the future. This is an important step forward in order to build a fairer and equal society where all women may have a dignified life in a just, inclusive society, recognizing that care and self-care is a human right. Thank you very much. Thank you. We would now give the floor to the delegation of Spain. Good afternoon to the authorities, representatives of the states, feminist organizations, and international organizations. I would like to first of all thank the government of Mexico, ECLAC, and UN Women for the excellent organization of this conference. It is an honor to participate on behalf of Spain and on behalf of a feminist government that makes out of equality and social justice the core of its political project. A country that is showing that it is not true that we need to choose between economy or rights. It is not true that we need to choose between growth or social justice. Spain has an economy that is growing at the 2.8% rate, and at the same time we've been able to give more paternity and maternity leaves. We protect domestic employees, and we fight continuously against the machista culture. We have achieved a record figure of more than 22 million people working, where while we passed a law for parity in power, while we pursued the harassment that we see in voluntary abortion interruption clinics, as we were fostering a feminist foreign policy. We don't need to choose between rights or economy. Freedom without equality is just the privilege of some few, sustained over the inequality of the rest. The success of Spain lies in the visible and commitment hands of all workers, of unions, of professors, teachers, healthcare professionals, societies, civil societies, and feminist organizations. This 16th Regional Conference on Women in ECLAC once again shows that feminism is the best driving force for social transformation. We have a clear agenda and we have a powerful voice. We have placed on the table that care is work, that the time of women is worthy as much as the time of men. We have placed life sustainability at the core of our policy. We need to ensure the right to care, and also to choose not to care assumes to strengthen our well-being system. Also, it also implies a deep change in social model that appeals to the governments, families, and couples alike. A society cannot change if only half of the society changes, if only women change. Many of the challenges in terms of care that we need to approach is due to the lack of public policies, but also, oftentimes, it is due to the fact that men do not participate in their family duties as fathers or sons. It is important for men to stop looking away. No future can be built over the emotional and labor exploitation of women. We are living times in which we see an offensive coordinated, articulated, and financed by reactionary and anti-democratic movements under the excuse of defending the family. They try to reinstate an outdated social model based on gender roles that limit, control, suppress, and create violence in women. Ultra-conservative movements that have turned a traditional family model into the flag where they promote a political anti-democratic project that fracture the social pact and put at risk the freedoms that guarantee plurality and equality in our countries. So in view of this hatred that affects our democracies, Spain wants to propose feminist partnerships, because we know that democracy is strengthened when we create networks of solidarity and commitment, networks that may defend the defenders of human rights, networks that may transform indignation and outrage into a collective force and hope into real policies. We here reaffirm our commitment. We will indeed defend whatever we have accomplished. We won't step back in the defense of women's rights, and we will continue setting bridges between and among cultures and generations for a fairer future for the entire region. Thank you very much. Thank you. We would like to give the floor to the delegation of Costa Rica. Good afternoon. I would also like to thank ECLAC, UN Women, for gathering us here with this political will and shared visions. This morning's presentation shows that care should be recognized as a need, as a right, work, and a public good at a global level. The social organization has inequalities that affect mainly women. In Costa Rica, we fully share this vision, and we have been working on translating it into specific policies. Costa Rica has led interinstitutional processes that include care in gender, health, education, employment, and climate action policies. We have promoted the equality hallmark in the public sector that respond to the recommendation of partnership with the market to create co-responsibility. We've also fostered budget transfers into the national network of care and child development, aligned with the document to secure sustainable financing at a territorial level. We concluded with ECLAC, it is critical to break statistical silence. We have developed a symposium on the use of time, and we have measured unpaid work as an input with which today we can make decisions. The document also appeals to strengthen our partnerships and also to create mechanisms to move women forward and to have social dialogue. In Costa Rica, we play this role, and we're committed and continue going deeper into our work. Care Society is not just a faraway inspiration. It is a concrete and urgent possibility, and it will definitely be transformative. Care Society is a way to rebuild our economies, to rebuild the social fabric, and to make sure that all people, without distinction, will live with dignity, well-being, and rights. The position document that we received today from ECLAC is more than a technical proposal. It is a political, ethical, and human invitation to rethink about the development from the sustainability of life viewpoint. It allows us to see the new structures of inequality, to dismantle the stereotypes that limit us, and to build new ways of interaction based on co-responsibility, justice, mutual recognition. In Costa Rica, we embrace this vision with conviction and with commitment. We know that care can no longer be an invisible load over women's shoulders. It is time to turn it into a transformation lever, into an equality driving force. Care is a pillar for democracies. We call the states from Latin America and the Caribbean to step up efforts to mobilize resources to strengthen institutions of the national and regional agendas. Care supports the world, but we will not allow for these to be on their women's shoulders. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we would like to give the floor to the delegation of Mexico. Madam Chairman, in Mexico we recognize the courage and dedication of millions of adolescent and adult women that across our continent sustain life and the well-being of our societies through care work. Care work, mostly invisible and oftentimes unpaid. This has been a silent pillar of our countries. Care is not just valuable, it is indispensable. This is why it should be recognized, redistributed, and dignified. Our country embraces gladly the vision of a society that places care at the core of its policies, that understands that individual and collective well-being rely on co-responsibility among states, private sector, civil society, communities, and families. Our country has made progress in recognizing care as a right and as a key component for our development. This year, we set out the interinstitutional task force for a care society, including the Secretary of Women and the National System for Comprehensive Development of Family. This task force has as a purpose to coordinate efforts of more than 20 federal agencies to implement a national and progressive care system. The national system will open up 12 training centers in different cities under a model that will create spaces for working women in the manufacturing industry can spend more time caring for their children. From the perspective of foreign policy, we will continue making efforts to maintain and to position this topic all around, especially in multilateral spaces. We recognize the new consultative opinion of the International Court that recognizes care as an autonomous right, and we will continue pushing forward this topic in the Board of Human Rights and the General Assembly of the United Nations. All of these taking as a basis the commitment in Tlatelolco that will be adopted in this meeting. The document that we now see is a call to regional action. It calls us to overcome the traditional paradigms, to transform systems of care, considering the gender and human rights perspective. It invites us to build partnerships that will enable us to share experiences, resources, and learnings. We know that this is a curvy pathway, but it is the right one. Mexico underscores the importance to strengthen the governance of care systems, ensuring the active participation of indigenous and Afro-descendant women. Also, people with disabilities, also the youth, and all historically excluded groups. This and only this way will we be able to talk about inclusive and sustainable actions. Care is not just a matter of social justice, but also has to do with economic development. Recognition and investment in comprehensive care systems have the potential to create jobs, to reduce poverty, to narrow gender gaps, and to strengthen the autonomy of women. Betting for care is betting for more prosperous societies, more resilient and humane societies. In order to conclude, I would like to make a call to turn these recommendations into a living platform that will translate into specific commitments. We hope that the Tlatelolco commitment that will be adopted in this meeting will speak loudly about our commitment with equality and will place once again our region at the forefront of the world. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear colleague. I would like to give the floor to the delegation of Barbados.
Good afternoon. The Bureau of Gender Affairs and the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs thanks you, the organizers, ICLAC, and of course, the Government of Mexico for every consideration and courtesy extended to us in facilitating our participation in this session and for allowing us to briefly share our contribution towards advancing an equitable care society. Please accept our apologies for the inability of the Minister of the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, the Right Honorable Kurt Humphrey, to attend. We are pleased and grateful to share that the UN Women Multi-Country Office in Caribbean, in conjunction with the Government of Barbados, through the Barbados Statistical Service and the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, conducted research on SDG 5.4.1, the findings of which are publicized in the Barbados report on piloting the measurement of SDG Indicator 5.4.1, in the Barbados Continuous Labor Force Sample Survey, and also in the publication Assessing the Impact of Unpaid Care Work in Families in Barbados. The value of this research and the support provided is immeasurable. Importantly, it is the first empirical study undertaken in Barbados on unpaid care, which helps to inform and contribute to ongoing work on creating an equitable care society. Notably, but not exclusively, this includes, again, for the first time in our country, the enactment of 3 weeks paternity leave for fathers implemented by the government of Barbados through the Ministry of Labor, Social Security, and Third Sector, and the Share the Care campaign spearheaded by the Bureau of Gender Affairs. This campaign aims to promote greater gender parity in caregiving and domestic responsibilities within Barbadian households through various public engagement activities. We believe it is a pivotal moment to mark the importance of shared responsibilities and engage stakeholders in meaningful dialogue around evolving gender roles and shared unpaid domestic duties. In this accord, the objectives of the campaign are to raise national awareness about the importance of shared caregiving, challenge and shift unhealthy masculinities and misogynistic gender norms, promote positive caregiving roles, especially among men and boys, equip families with practical tools for balancing domestic tasks, and promote co-responsibility. Also, and in this regard, one of our core messaging themes is shared care is smart care. Colleagues, we believe that shared care is smart because it promotes healthy and balanced family dynamics. It supports women's participation in the formal economy. It builds stronger communities. It is fair. It is equitable. It promotes gender equality. And quite frankly, it is moral. It is the right thing to do. It is a protection for women and girls. It is a service to our loved ones. And it is an imperative for sustainable and inclusive development. Thank you for your time.
Muchas gracias a la delegada, presidenta. Le agradezco.
Thanks to the Barbados delegate. We still have 7 pending participations, and we have 2 virtual participations. Please be very brief so that we can move on to the next subject. We will leave these 7 pending interventions for tomorrow morning. Bolivia's delegation, you have the floor.
Buenas tardes, hermanas,
Good afternoon, sisters, brothers, comrades. I have the greetings of our plurinational state of Bolivia. Let me tell you a bit about our experience regarding the consolidation of the patriarchalization strategy in our country. Bolivia has implemented the patriarchalization as a measure to allow for a pioneer experience to be activated. We have been talking about the patriarchalization with regards to oppression systems that have been standing on the shoulders of women. Women with less access to opportunities, our indigenous sisters, the popular and working class. Within the debate of the Constitutional Assembly, we prepared a text to delve into decolonization and depatriarchalization. This dialogue is constantly moving forward. We are undertaking work with social female organizations to jointly and collectively build the guidelines to the patriarchalized transformation of our country. This has been carried out considering public policies such as legislation 348 for a violence-free lives of women, educational plurinational system, and other laws within different spheres. From the plurinational state of Bolivia, we understand that depatriarchalization is a historical, political, and cultural process, transformations that go from the individual to the collective. We reject neoliberalism, and historically, women are the ones who have gone through the major load or burden of care, providing care. Now we need to strengthen public institutionalization and guarantee transformation and sustainability of life. In 2022, our president proposed the decade of depatriarchalization, calling upon the states of the world to implement or to fight against these patriarchal policies. We are to transform institutional structures and permeate public agendas from the depatriarchalizing strategy. We are responding to the calling of people or women who have told us about their experience and have worked on an agenda for a more sustainable and equitable world. The main topics of depatriarchalization, we have health, education, political participation, dignified housing, eradication of violence, communication, and economy, as well as the peoples. We want to make care visible. We want to acknowledge economic contribution by women and consider life sustainability. We included all of these topics in a paper that was handed in 2023, and now the Gender Identity Center is working on implementation of a public depatriarchalization agenda, including social institutional co-responsibility, pluralism, and diversity. And our strategy has 10 work axes, 17 goals, and 117 actions. We have economy, work, employment, and productivity, fight against violence, education, health, gender-based health services, depatriarchalizing strategy, taking care of life, taking care of Mother Earth, and female leadership. Within that framework, we have been able to verify that care is at the core of every system: economic, educational, health, and political. Those are the actions and the contributions that our state is offering and that we now lay on the table so that we can adopt the topic of depatriarchalization at this meeting. Thank you. Now we give the floor to the Panama's delegation. Good afternoon. I want to send a message from our President Jose Raul Vino and deeply thank Mexico City for this very warm reception and welcome. in your country. Panama has made some strides in the care system through the implementation of different actions that are targeted at setting a policy that will contribute to acknowledge, reduce, and redistribute care. Along those lines, it is important to underscore approval of 431 legislation from April 25, 2024 that creates the national care system and that has placed our country among the first ones to establish a regulatory framework to acknowledge care as a human right. We especially thank the support and counseling of UN Women, essential to move forward in creating this national care system. Simultaneously, we have developed some innovative initiatives for the implementation of a local care management system in Juan Diaz corridor, which is part of the Panama's municipality through the initiative entitled Territories That Care. And we can highlight the following among these initiatives. We included a diagnosis of supply and demand of care services. This has allowed us to organize and to extend already existing services and to create new ones, and that is to take care of the first childhood and elderly programs, as well as people with disabilities program. We have to stress the fact that we're about to deliver or to have ready the first elderly home located in Juan Diaz location. In terms of training and education, we developed a diploma course for caregivers, which has been called Care and Attention of Dependent Elderly Citizens. This in order to promote recognition and professionalization of the care work. Today, we are presenting some proposals, and we're working together with the Ministry of Labor in order to establish the first cooperativa for caregivers. This pilot program represents an innovative experience that wants to generate practical evidence for the design of sustainable, inclusive public policies that are based on the participation of every social sector. This has also been the foundation so that the Ministry of Women could design the public policy for equal opportunities for women 2024-2034, including an equality access and co-responsibility of care. And finally, this process will contribute to collaborative work at the national, regional, and local levels, linking all of the actions, intertwining them, working together, and with the participation of the community and the beneficiary populations. This action has set the foundation, sound foundations, for the construction of a nationwide care system in Panama that will grant higher or more well-being for everyone. In addition to transforming social organization towards a society that will consider care a public good and a shared responsibility. Equality has to reach all of our women, and the pilot program is the starting point towards a national care system that will be more comprehensive, participating and transformational, that will see care as a public good and a shared responsibility. At our Women mechanism in Panama, we renew our commitment to keep on moving forward towards this national care system that will be fair, filled with solidarity, our commitment is translated into concrete actions to allocate enough resources to build sound institutionality, to narrow gender gaps that might be impacting women, and to generate public policies that are based on real data with the active participation of all sectors. We need a care system that will dignify the ones who provide care, that will offer opportunities to those who historically have been taking care of people on their own, have not been paid, and this will ensure dignified care and timely care for those who need these services the most. We're taking firm steps moving towards the care society, offering opportunities for everyone. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Tiene el uso de la palabra y reiterarles que ya estamos sobre el tiempo. La delegación de Antigua y Barbuda.
Antigua and Barbados delegation, you have the floor. Muchas gracias por los reconocimientos y es un placer para mí.
On the Care Society. Though we are just 108 square miles, we remain a leading voice for gender equality, investment in women and girls, and inclusive governance that empowers all citizens, particularly the most vulnerable. Across our region, care work is disproportionately carried by women, work that must be equitably shared, properly recognized, and fairly compensated. Without this, gender inequality deepens. Governments, civil society, and development partners must transform our system to address this imbalance. For small island states like Antigua and Barbuda, climate change adds pressure. Droughts and resource scarcity, particularly water insecurity, intensify the demands on women who still bear that responsibility for household needs despite these barriers. We have strengthened as a government our social protection systems with gender-responsive programs, such as our uniform grants for students, our National School Meals Program, utility subsidies for the elderly, food vouchers for the indigent, cash transfer for persons with disabilities. And of course, our Social Security scheme also provides survivors' benefit to eligible widows. In 2020, as a government, we modernized our legal framework with the Social Protection Act, replacing the outdated Poor Relief Act. This introduced funeral grants, home help for the elderly, the children, the disabled, and the indigent, along with oversight bodies that includes women's rights representation to ensure that gender concerns remain at the core. Our commitment goes beyond direct support. We work with financial institutions to develop products that benefit caregivers and strengthen their economic security. Through the Directorate of Gender Affairs, we educate, craft policy, and advise on legislation to ensure the care society is valued and protected. I close by urging fellow governments, civil society, and development institutions to amplify this issue, innovate solutions, and remain steadfast despite political headwinds. We owe it to women and girls, the backbone of our families, communities, and nations, to be relentless in advancing their rights and recognition. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Ahora es el uso.
Now we give the floor to the Norwegian delegation. Thank you, distinguished Madam Chair and representatives from the member states, organizations, and civil society. Special thanks to Mexico for hosting such a relevant event. This year we're celebrating the 10th anniversary of Norway as a non-official member of ICLAC. This reflects our closeness to Latin America and the Caribbean and the relevance of multilateral fora to face global challenges as climate change and sustainable development. We are fully convinced that a key part to solve these or face these challenges has to do with gender equality and foster the necessary conditions to nurture that care society. I would like to share with you some of my country's experiences. Obviously, contexts are differences, but we share values and challenges. In Norway, female participation in the labor market has been essential, not only for their own benefit and for a more just society, but for economic and national growth. 8 out of every 10 women who have small children work today in Norway, and this is not by mere chance. It is the result of progressive policies that have been implemented in the last 10 years, ensuring that there will be a balance between care and work. There are clear-cut measures that have supported women in this endeavor. Both parents share the child-rearing responsibilities, and we also have a parenthood leave both for men and females and paid permit to take care of children when they get sick. Care of the elderly assumed as the state's responsibility. The key objective of such measures has been to allow women to continue to work even after they become mothers, and something that I consider to be fundamental. Men have to be part of the care activities because gender equality moves forward faster when men become part of that change. Before 2023, only 2 out of 3 men were taking the leave, but now close to 90% are taking the parenthood leaves, and this might transform the culture of care. It takes time, I know, but we have to profoundly change our mindset. And once we achieve that, we consolidate that, that becomes part of our daily lives, and we cannot step back. Even so, challenges are still there, and there's a long way ahead. Segregation, gender segregation is still present in the labor market, part-time jobs, and pay gaps. So in order to move forward, we have to strengthen economy of care by recognizing and distributing unpaid work, by investing in infrastructure and care systems, by fighting gender stereotypes in education, in employment, balance, gender representation in all sectors, ensure decent work for caregivers. We celebrate that this conference is dedicated to care, and we welcome the position paper and the recent opinions of the Inter-American Court recognizing autonomous right to care, to providing and receiving care. We are also thankful for your goodwill to work together. We thank all multilateral agencies because their tireless work has made progress possible, and this will continue to foster new and emerging challenges to be faced. Having a care equitable society is the responsibility of us all, including men who have to assume their own part. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we give the floor to the Canadian delegation.
Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Buenas tardes. Thank you to ECLAC first and to UN Women for this meaningful forum, and to the Government of Mexico as the host and a leader in the commitment to gender equality. On behalf of the Government of Canada, we welcome this important document on the Care Society, which offers a compelling roadmap for building care systems that are inclusive, sustainable, and rights-based. The paper rightly frames care as a public good and a cornerstone of economic and social development, and it highlights the need for multi-level governance, for culture change, and gender-responsive financing to drive this transformation. We firmly believe that care work, both paid and unpaid, is essential to human well-being and to sustainable economic growth. Yet it remains insufficiently recognized, undervalued, and unequally distributed. Through our Feminist International Assistance Policy, Canada has explicitly committed to addressing the disproportionate burden of care shouldered by women and girls around the world. We recognize that both unpaid and paid care work are deeply gendered, and that the unequal distribution of unpaid care, coupled with low quality and undervaluation of paid care work, infringes on the rights of women and girls in all their diversity and limits their socioeconomic opportunities. Addressing these issues is not only a matter of justice, it is fundamental to achieving gender equality, the empowerment of women and girls, inclusive economic growth, decent work, and the broader sustainable development goals. Canada also acknowledges the urgent need to transform harmful social norms and expectations around gender roles in care. We must deepen our understanding of the value care work generates and promote it as a shared responsibility, both among genders, households, the state, communities, civil society, and the private sector. At the Generation Equality Forum in 2021, Prime Minister Trudeau announced Canada's commitment of $100 million in new funding for standalone programming to address unpaid and paid care work in low and middle income countries that are receiving Canadian international assistance. This programming is designed to recognize, reduce, and redistribute care work while ensuring that care workers are represented, their voices are heard, and their rights are protected. At the Summit of the Future in 2024, Canada reaffirmed that we are on track to meeting this $100 million commitment, an important milestone in our broader efforts to build a more equitable and resilient care society. Domestically, the Government of Canada is working with provincial, territorial, and Indigenous partners to build a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system where all families in Canada have access to a high-quality, affordable, flexible, and inclusive childcare. Key objectives for this effort are to reduce fees for regulated childcare to an average of $10 a day and create 250,000 new regulated, high-quality care spaces by March 2026. Investing in early learning and childcare also supports economic growth and an increased participation in the workforce, especially among mothers. Research shows that childcare availability and affordability strongly impacts women's ability to enter or remain in the labor market or continue their studies if they wish. Increased and continued investment in early learning and childcare allows more parents, especially women, to enter, re-enter, and remain in the workforce. Federal investments also support the implementation of Canada's Indigenous early learning and childcare framework, which aims to provide high-quality, culturally relevant early learning and childcare for Indigenous children and families. Canada is committed to providing comprehensive care benefits. The employment insurance, maternity, and parental benefits support to Canadians welcoming a new child. These benefits, along with job protection, offer temporary income support to those away from work due to pregnancy, childbirth, or caring for a newborn or adopted child. Canada remains committed to working with regional and international partners to advance care systems that are inclusive, gender responsive, and sustainable. Thank you. Merci. Gracias. Obrigada.
Thank you very much. Ahora es el uso.
Now we give the floor to the Haiti delegation.
Madame la Présidente, Mesdames les ministres,
Ministers, especially ministers of the Caribbean, heads of delegations, distinguished participants, both men and women, especially indigenous participants, ladies and gentlemen. The Republic of Haiti congratulates ICLAC for this very relevant paper that we have already subscribed, and we thank Mexico for such a warm reception at the 16th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. It is with profound responsibility that I take the floor on behalf of the coordinator of the transition presidency, Your Excellency Raran Cecile, and Your Excellency Epizeme, and the Minister of Women's Human Rights that I very proudly chair. And I want to reaffirm our inescapable commitment to gender equality. In Haiti, as well as in other places in our region, women are the invisible pillars of informal economy. They are the guardians of community resilience and the voices that choke with all of these inequalities. But now we refuse inequality, economy, culture, and our relationship with the environment has to change. As Minister of Women's Affairs, I have a clear vision, a state that is not satisfied with recognizing women's rights. It wants to ensure them, protect them in an active way, and the policy of equality between men and women adopted by the state of Haiti represents a very ambitious framework to promote a more just, inclusive, and equitable society. This policy is based on Haiti's constitution, all the topics ratified as CEDAW, and national legislation reflects the commitment of the Haitian government to subscribe gender equality, acknowledging historical barriers and patriarchal regulations that really hinder women in Haiti. We consider that this perspective revolves around three axes that are complementary and that cannot be separated to reinforce the protection mechanism against gender violence, guaranteeing access to social service, justice, and psychosocially accompanying women so that we can adapt to our realities out on the field, integrate gender equality in public governance and public policies, basically through budget planning, increase of wages programs, and inclusive policies, establish permanent and structured dialogue together with female organizations, youth organizations, and local authorities so that we can together work on permanent, inclusive, and deeply rooted policies. The general status of women's movements in Haiti will be launched to define the national feminist agenda, including transformational and inclusive policies, which will be at the core, at the heart of this project from the Haitian society. And having said so, we will have our first action plan to materialize all four pillars of the 1325 UN resolution. It is clear, ladies and gentlemen, that you that we will not be able to implement this successfully if we leave aside 62% of women who are housewives and who really have the heaviest burden when taking care of their dear ones, and they are not paid for doing so. That is why, or it is because of this, that I really welcome this topic of the conference, Society of Care, that is more than pertinent within the Haiti's context. In societies such as ours, the efforts are not closely linked. We don't have enough resources. Women take risks in order to protect others, and despite all of that, they continue to passionately take care of their dear ones. Massive displacement of women and girls that is a result of armed urban conflicts and natural disasters make their vulnerability even more profound. There are many people with disabilities. The primary reproductive age is now 14. Very few people reach the golden age, and our responsibility, or the responsibility of women, of girls who take care of others, starts far too soon. Nevertheless, these women have been in darkness or left aside from public policies. They have always been required in formal care spheres. They have held that very heavy burden, the burden of their communities, of the dear ones. They have taken care of others without being recognized for that. They have provided care without having the resources, and they have been resilient. They have developed ways of care that are anchored in their ancestral culture. They have transformed care within a dignified space. And in Haiti, the care society structure is based, or has been transformed as a result of resiliency and the inescapable commitment of Afro-dependent women. Currently, Haiti's government, through the Ministry of Women's Affairs and Women's Rights, has worked on an educational program regarding benefits that were traditionally granted to men. Despite this very tough economic situation, we have to integrate the care dimension now. This will be an added value, and we could reinforce autonomy of women. Dialogue can be held now. That will be part of the 1325 resolution, and we will integrate care society as a national priority. Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, we don't only want to have gender-based public policies. We want to have transformational policies that will deconstruct deeply rooted inequalities, that will guarantee knowledge gained by women, protect the rights, and allow them to voice their opinions, so that inequality will not be the exception but the rule. Our region's future depends on our capacity to make our efforts merge together by sharing experiences, exchanging them, and by raising our voices in all of the public life spheres, so that the right to care and the right to be recognized as caregivers be a fact. In Haiti, we know that we face huge challenges, but we are also aware that Haitian women are peace builders, guardians of resilience, and that is why the Ministry of Women is committed to subscribe all of these transformations and make them turn into a national dynamic that will be linked to feminist movements and community movements. And I close my participation by quoting a great Haiti woman, a singer, who says in one of her proposals, us as women, we have been shaken but have not fallen. We have been hurt but we have not broken. We are hard as a rock. We are resilient and resistant women. And I leave this conference with a renewed conviction. Change is possible, and it starts today. In Creole, we say, the time is here. Thank you.
We would like to thank the delegation from Haiti. Now, Grenada's delegation. Can you please be brief, as well as the 2 online interventions we will have? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Excellencies, state representatives, delegates, guests, participants, media. Good evening, all. I am Gloria Ann Thomas, Minister for Gender Affairs in Grenada. First, I want to commend Mr. Jose Manuel for his comprehensive presentation this morning, and the persons who commented on the presentation and shared information on care. It was very informative. I feel privileged to be here to participate in this very important forum. My thanks to ECLAC and the Mexican government for hosting us here over these few days. Grenada is of the position that care must be viewed as a public responsibility. It is the infrastructure of life itself. Without care, there is no economy, no education, no health, no development. In Grenada, we are investing in public care services, child care, elderly care, disability support, and more. Our child care services has established daycare centers where mothers can leave their young ones so they can return to work after giving birth to continue to earn. Our elderly care program ensures that caregivers are assigned to the elderly who live alone to provide care for them. We also provide services for the elderly whose relatives find it difficult to care for them. We have a number of elderly residential homes on the island and have developed standards for their effective management. We are currently working on the establishment of an elderly care center where the elderly will meet to socialize, do therapy, and to play. Currently, there is one such center in operation. We recognize that our women are the ones earning low wages by providing care and cleaning. We have recently increased the minimum wage to ensure that women can better care and look after their children. We are ensuring that care reaches every corner of our island. We have some limitations with financial and human resource. The need to train our caregivers is evident, and so we are looking forward in finding sustainable funding sources and support to make the care initiative more effective and meaningful in Grenada. We need to certify our caregivers to ensure the quality of the service on the island. We have maternity leave in place, and we are currently discussing paternity leave and the right to nursing breaks for lactating mothers on the job. We are in conversation with UN Women and Global Canada through the Build Back Equal project to establish nursing station in a public space to ensure that lactating mothers can exercise their right to care. UN Women and Global Canada Global Affairs Canada has assisted in many of our interventions aimed at improving the lives of women and girls, and we are so grateful for the kind assistance. We recognize the need to value and redistribute care work. Grenada is one of the few CARICOM countries actively engaged in time use data collection to inform policy decisions around the care economy. Our government has considered a number of legislation under the Spotlight Initiative to protect and improve women's rights. We continue to work in the interest of our women and girls to empower and to protect them and ensure that care can be more evenly distributed. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la delegación.
Thank you to the Grenada delegation. Now we have 2 interventions online. Please be brief. We will give the floor to the delegation of Ecuador. Can you hear us? Good evening. Can you hear me well? Yes, we do. Go ahead. Yes. Good evening to everybody. It is an honor for the Republic of Ecuador to be in the 16th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. Unfortunately, due to connection issues, I cannot turn on the camera because I'm in the inauguration of a center. But I believe it was critical to be present right there to share some words with you and to speak about the strategies that Ecuador is implementing in essential areas to ensure advancements in political economy, social dialogue, governance, and institutionality, as well as financing for care society, in order to speed up gender equality in synergy with the regional and international commitments and national priorities. Our ambition is to work to promote human rights and to prevent and eradicate women violence through prevention, care, and repair public policies in order to promote effective equity in favor of the representatives of rights that are under situation of inequality due to vulnerability or violence or discrimination. We're committed to the compliance with our international commitments framed in the regional gender agenda and sustainable development goals, particularly in number 5, SDG 5. I would like to refer to institutionality and governance. Ecuador has taken decisive steps in order to address inequalities through the organic law for wage equality between men and women, in trying to ensure wage equality on equal job basis. This has been essential to narrow the gap and to promote equality in formal jobs. Also, we approved the law, the electoral law, and political organizations in the Republic of Ecuador. Also, the Democracy Code, the reform sets out gender equity for elections, for alternating between men and women as guiding principles in the design of the system, and also when choosing candidates for more balanced representation when it comes to elections. Also to ensure equalitarian elections favoring fair conditions so that women may compete on an equal basis with men. In terms of financing for care society, an organic law was approved to dignify domestic work, to pay for domestic work. The article by law sets out these payment for care, the state will ensure that the children of domestic workers will have access to care centers and education centers, irrespective of their age. In terms of public policies, we have also passed the organic law for the right of human care that has a positive impact both on gender equality as well as in active participation of women in the economy. This law promotes paid leaves for care and nursing stations, and also helps to promote public policies for care. This not only improves the quality of life of families, but it also facilitates inclusion of women in the labor market. This framework has been implemented also in 7 Violeta centers out of 24 that we are planning to open, community spaces that offer prevention, care, protection services for gender violence in all types. And these centers bring psychological, social, legal care to women that undergo violence and work with local governments, public institutions to provide a quick, timely response based on the law. The presence in different territories has allowed to strengthen this network at a national level to guarantee that women, particularly in rural areas, will have a safe place to receive care. Regarding the political economy, we have developed strategies with gender approach to try to redistribute in a fair way the responsibilities when it comes to care. An example of that is the organic law to foster the economy of female entrepreneurs. This is part of a comprehensive public policy that has direct impact on social and economic transformation in Ecuador because it sets the way for the economic strengthening of women, access to preferential loans, and also to receive financing. Simplification to formalize jobs also, and also to formalize competencies. We have implemented training programs for economic empowerment, benefiting more than 2,000 women and the LGBTQ+ community by giving them new opportunities to strengthen their family economy or personal economy. In terms of gender violence eradication, we know that violence continues to be a global pandemic that disproportionately affects women. Ecuador has implemented the organic law for prevention and eradication of women's violence, strengthening the national system to protect women's rights under situations of violence. Through the Safe Company seal, we have created labor environments violence-free to have a culture of equality. We have also trained more than 40,000 people in terms of violence prevention. Lastly, in terms of social dialogue, through the National System of Prevention and Eradication of Violence Against Women, territorial task forces have been created to include the participation of local governments to carry out activities that promote gender equity. Also, there are some task forces, local task forces, to set out prevention actions to eradicate women violence. This way, we make sure to have new public policies. These is, in general terms, the strategies and policies of the government of Ecuador that will push in order to guarantee women's rights and gender equity in the country. We trust that the information shared will help develop regional practices, so this way we can move ahead into a care society to achieve gender equity, which is what we truly pursue. Thank you very much to our delegate from Ecuador. We were able to listen to you very well. Now we will move on to the delegation from Suriname.
I'm Shifania Jahangir, head of the Bureau Gender Affairs of Suriname. Let me start by thanking the organizers of this regional conference for making room for virtual participation. It is an honor to join you today as we address a vital issue, transforming our societies through the care economy with a focus on governance, gender equality, and inclusive development. This dialogue takes place during a historic moment, the 50th anniversary of the first United Nations World Conference on Women held in Mexico City in 1975. That conference was the first to put women's rights at the heart of the global agenda, to address the challenges faced by women worldwide, including inequality, discrimination, lack of access to education and healthcare, underrepresentation in decision making, and unequal distribution of care work, and to launch a movement that continues to shape our collective actions today. Care work, largely unpaid, informal, and done by women, is essential to the functioning of our societies. Yet, it remains undervalued. We must reframe care as a public good and a shared responsibility. Good governance is key to building a care economy that ensures dignity, quality, and equity for both caregivers and care recipients. Although various measures have been taken in Suriname to regulate care, make it accessible and affordable, both financially and socially, for both providers and users, I must emphasize that much remains to be done for transforming our societies. True transformation requires social dialogue involving governments, private sector, civil society, caregivers, and care users. Policies must reflect real experiences, ensuring fair pay, protections, and shared care responsibilities. In this regard, I thank ECLAC for the position paper that have been presented earlier today, as this will certainly guide governments in their efforts for a care and inclusive society. A variety of legal, institutional, and social measures have been taken at national level, such as the 2014 Act on Shelter Facilities, which regulates care institutions or shelters, and the Children's Ombudsperson Act, entered into force in January 2025 to safeguard children's rights within institutions. The Family Labor Protection Act of 2019 introduced paid maternity and paternity leave to promote shared care responsibilities not only between mothers and fathers, but also between private sector employers and employees. The introduction of a national social security system consisting of a minimum wage act, general pension benefits act, and a national basic health insurance act in 2014. A multi-sectoral early childhood development policy recently launched integrates education, health, and social protection aligned with SDG 4 and 5. Furthermore, the government of Suriname also provides financial assistance to vulnerable households, among which female-headed households, financial benefits for children and elderly, financial assistance for people with disabilities. The government also partially subsidizes some facilities that are taking care of the elderly, persons with disabilities, and children. Chair, I would also like to take this opportunity to share with you the progresses in realizing substantive equality in line with the regional gender agenda. Reflecting on the past 50 years, progress has been made in various areas. Challenges remain, and unfortunately, the occurrence of setbacks due to economic crisis, the COVID-19 pandemic, and climate change. Since the 1980s, Suriname has made efforts to improve the position of women in society by adopting legislation to abolish the legal incapacity of women, to grant female civil servants paid maternity leave, and since 2019, also to female employees in the private sector, to protect victims of domestic violence, stalking, sexual harassment, the majority of whom happens to be women, against their perpetrators. In addition, the revision of the Civil Code, which entered into force in May 2025, further approved the social position of women. For example, during marriage, parental authority is exercised jointly by both parents. The care position of surviving spouse have been greatly improved, and the marriageable age for both men and women is set at 18 years. We have also witnessed the increase of female graduates and female participation in the labor market over the years, and an increase in the participation of women in decision-making positions. A historic milestone worth mentioning for my country, Suriname, is that our first female president, Mrs. Jennifer Herling Simons, has been elected and taken office as per July 16, 2025. We also recognize the setbacks and the work that remains. A setback that has impacted the advancements largely is the COVID-19 pandemic. This pandemic has disproportionately affected women in various ways. Women have experienced more loss of employment and income than men. Care, mostly unpaid, and domestic work had also increased as well as gender-based domestic violence. Climate change, which is becoming a recurrent threat and many of us already witnessing, is impacting the lives of many women, and due to their weak economic and social position, limiting their ability to adapt to environmental changes. Much more needs to be done to address inter alia, unequal gender or sexual division of labor, gender-based violence, unequal economic opportunities, unequal access to education and health services in the interior and rural areas, and the underrepresentation of women in decision-making. Awareness raising needs to be stepped up to bring about the change toward gender justice and inclusive development. Let us honor 50 years of progress by deepening our commitment to gender justice. Together, we can build a care-centered society that values all contributions and ensures dignity and equality for every person. I congratulate all of you once again, and let us work together towards a world free from discrimination, inequality, and violence. I thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. I would like to tell you that we have finished with the list of participants. I would like to thank all delegations. 25 delegations participated. This is very enriching. You gave very good contributions. Before moving on to the next item, which is the relaunch of the Gender Equality Observatory in Latin America and the Caribbean, it is one of the milestones of this regional conference. Before that, I would like to make some reminders. To reiterate that at 7:30, the government of Mexico City will offer to all of you a opera concert in the Fine Arts Palace. If you haven't been to the Fine Arts Palace, you should go. It is beautiful. I'm sure you will like it. Also to remind you that here, to my right, we have the gastronomic show. We also have an artisanal show at the ex-convento. I know we haven't had the time to walk around the place, but I just wanted to let you know that this plaza, this square where we are, is called the Three Cultures Square, because here we have an archaeological remain. We have a former convent from the colonial times, and this is a modern building. Here, remains have been found, archaeological remains have been found. You can go to the artisanal show, and as you cross the street, you can find the gallery of the Foreign Affairs Ministry of Mexico, and at that gallery we have an exhibit of the 50 years when the World Women's Conference took place 50 years ago. So, just for you to know about the extracurricular activities. We will now move on to the relaunch of the Gender Equity Observatory in Latin America and the Caribbean. I would like to congratulate the 25 participations that are critical. Each of your participations have been of prime importance because of the commitment you have shown. Thank you very much.
A través de explorar las novedades de la actualización del Observatorio de Igualdad de Género de América Latina y el Caribe, OIG. El objetivo del OIG es poner a disposición información de los países de la región y facilitar el seguimiento de los acuerdos internacionales sobre derechos de las mujeres e igualdad de género. El observatorio también trabaja en el fortalecimiento de capacidades de equipos técnicos de los mecanismos para el adelanto de las mujeres, las oficinas nacionales de estadística y otros organismos de gobierno. Este observatorio es uno de los primeros y más visitados de la CEPAL, con más de 100.000 visitas mensuales. La actualización que hoy les presentamos incluye mejoras significativas en su funcionamiento y diseño, garantizando un acceso más eficiente a los contenidos del OIG. Entre las principales mejoras de esta actualización se destaca el rediseño gráfico y la optimización de la experiencia, creando una interfaz visual renovada que facilita la búsqueda de información. Cada elemento ha sido cuidadosamente pensado para permitir un acceso rápido, sencillo y eficiente a los contenidos del observatorio, garantizando así una navegación fluida. La autonomía de las mujeres es resultado de contar con la capacidad para tomar libremente las decisiones que afectan sus vidas en condiciones de igualdad. El observatorio se estructura sobre la base de la promoción de la autonomía de las mujeres y cuenta con información a nivel regional relacionada con sus tres dimensiones: autonomía económica, autonomía física y autonomía en la toma de decisiones. Hemos optimizado la sección de autonomías mediante la incorporación de un panel de selección. Esta herramienta visual organiza y presenta los indicadores en una sola pantalla, proporcionando una navegación más ágil y fluida, sin necesidad de recorrer múltiples páginas o pestañas. En esta sección también se pueden revisar normas y leyes recientes, e informes y estudios vinculados a la autonomía seleccionada. Otro avance clave en esta actualización es la mejora en la sección de indicadores. El listado ahora integra los indicadores acordados para el seguimiento de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, incluyendo información sobre el empleo de las mujeres, sectores de actividad desagregado por sexo y la proporción de la población fuera del mercado laboral por razones familiares, domésticas y de cuidados. En cuanto a la autonomía física, se incorpora el indicador de tasa de fecundidad de niñas y adolescentes, facilitando el seguimiento de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible para avanzar hacia la igualdad de género. Cada indicador contará con información adicional, descripciones detalladas y un mejor acceso a las desagregaciones disponibles en CEPALstat. Además, se muestran publicaciones relacionadas para facilitar el acceso a contenidos complementarios y análisis de los indicadores visualizados. La sección de países ha sido rediseñada para mejorar la visualización de las fichas de cada país, incluyendo ahora un perfil estadístico más completo, con acceso directo a los principales indicadores organizados en un listado categorizado por autonomía. También se incluye un nuevo perfil estadístico regional de América Latina y el Caribe. Además, se ha optimizado la presentación del sistema político y electoral y se ha incorporado a esta sección una visualización de los siguientes indicadores: nivel jerárquico de los mecanismos para el adelanto de la mujer MAM y ratificación del protocolo facultativo de la Convención sobre la eliminación de todas las formas de discriminación contra la mujer. Las secciones de recursos de difusión e informes de estudios se integran en la nueva sección de publicaciones, que reunirá publicaciones de la CEPAL, de organizaciones socias, de países, así como videos. Esta sección estará organizada en un formato de listado y contará con filtros avanzados por autonomía, fecha, país y tema, facilitando el acceso a los recursos de manera más precisa. Con esta actualización, el Observatorio de Igualdad de Género de América Latina y el Caribe, OIG, se consolida como una herramienta más accesible y eficiente para el seguimiento de indicadores y el monitoreo de políticas de género en la región. Esta mejora permite acceder a información actualizada, utilizar herramientas de análisis avanzadas y navegar por una plataforma más ágil y segura, contribuyendo así al diseño de políticas públicas para la igualdad de género.
Thank you so much. I would like to invite the Executive Chair, Belín Zúñiga Céspedes, to moderate the presentation on this relaunch of the GEO, Gender Equality Observatory for Latin America and the Caribbean. It is a true pride for me as chair of the Women's Institute in Costa Rica to relaunch this Gender Equality Observatory for Latin America and the Caribbean, an analysis for policies transformation. This is towards equality, since we're moving towards a care society having official comparable statistics that are gender-based is really essential if we want to develop effective public policies and strengthen national mechanisms for the advancement of women. Why are we celebrating the relaunch? Because there is a technological update, a far more dynamic design, and we have new tools such as georeferencing maps, territorial analysis of policies, and now I'm happy to give the floor to the Gender Affairs Director at ICLAC. She will talk to us about the new stage Observatory will go through. It wasn't me. This was just to create some expectation, but it was not my phone. Dear Madam Chair, Executive Secretary of INAMI in Costa Rica, distinguished panelists, it is a true pride to make this presentation on behalf of the people who have created this Gender Equality Observatory for Latin America and the Caribbean. We've been working very hard in the last 2 years. Even though it's going to be a brief presentation, it involves a lot of work that we make available to you. This was created as a result of a mandate of this conference in 2017. ECLAC, together with the United Agency Systems, were called upon to work with us and follow our conference's agreements, and so that we could have a Gender Equality Observatory to contribute to strengthening our mechanisms to be like the liaison between those who produce. Those are the statistics, institutions, the users, and be able to coordinate some actions to strengthen gender statistics. Something key about the observatory is that it provides us with a conceptual framework. It did not only generate indicators, it is part of a very dear conceptual framework for Latin America and the Caribbean, the autonomy framework for women, to ensure that rights are protected for women, overcome structural inequality, knots or bottlenecks, and move forward to this Care Society. And I want to acknowledge Rolando Campo, Director of the Gender Statistics Unit. We have been working closely together, both conferences, and which are the resources that we make available for you? Indicators, repositories, publications. The last publication we made together with ILO and UN Women has to do with the right to care. And at the Parliament Forum, we submitted all of these tools, countries profiles, regional profiles. These are the partner organizations, UN Women, the Program for Growth and Development, the Food and Agriculture Organization, the ILO, and I want to especially thank the Spanish cooperation that joined the effort from the very start. And let me briefly tell you about partnerships between those who produce and use a GEO. We were working on gender statistics, and this was Mexico's initiative, INEGI's initiative, and it is a working group that has been extremely dynamic in the past 2 years. We can now measure time use. At our last conference, a guideline to cross-cut the gender situation or gender statistics. So we have been working closely together. We have statistics, gender statistics of 25 years in the state of Aguascalientes here in Mexico. And it was only interrupted during the pandemic. And as a result of such a key approach, we have been able to break statistical silence up. And that's what we've been doing in the last 18 years. Observatory is now 18 years old, is no longer a minor, and this is the improved version. It used to be a fixed platform, but then it evolved, and now we are renewing ourselves as a result of technological migration. We want this to be really accessible, user-friendly, and it is one of the most widely visited platforms at ECLAC. We have received more than 10 million visits in the last 10 years, and we see that different countries, Mexico, Colombia, the US, Brazil, so on and so forth. And we have provided the different countries with technical assistance about indicators because they want to move forward. We have included some filters as the video showed to you, and I'm going to go a little bit faster. We want to invite you to visit those filters that we have included in our regulations and in different tools, also equality policies, as well as the communities button. We are including the practice community to measure the Care Society. That is a contribution that we're making to Global Alliance of Care or on care. We're building up this community together with INEGI, the Statistics Institute in Mexico, UN Women, Women Mexico. So there is this community that lodges here. It is led by Chile, and our role is to connect those who produce with those who use, with those who analyze, those who monitor from the civil society, and want to bring these experiences to the different countries and the entire region. We have some indicators. The slides are available to you both in English and Spanish. And with SDGs, you can see the indicators, the SDGs indicators, and the indicators that are included, new indicators. We have an updated tab about countries, their statistical profile, and their evolution in terms of regional profile. This is a new indicator. We've talked about it extensively. It is also a tribute to the International Day of Youth, the relevance of youth, because 93% of women between 15 and 29 years of age that are not studying nor working, well, we see that it's more than double the figure of men. And the main reason why they are not going to school is because they are taking care of others. So this shows the inequality or gender gaps, and the indicator appears here by country. I encourage you to visit it right away. Another new indicator is the population that basically is working outside the labor market. This is what the executive secretary mentioned this morning. Women work many more hours in an unpaid manner. So that 1 out of every 3 women are outside the labor market and carries out unpaid work exclusively. This is an indicator showing that it is like the sign for the region, what represents the region, women with no income of their own. And for this region, for this conference, economic autonomy is truly fundamental, together with physical autonomy and decision-making, all 3 dimensions of autonomy. And this is a situation here. 1 of every 4 women do not have their own income, compared to 1 in every 10 men. And I close with this, which is the flagship indicator of the GEO, to transform data into information, information into knowledge, and knowledge into political decision for gender equality. And to the Tlatelolco commitment, we can add political decision for gender equality in substantive equality. That's the challenge to be faced in upcoming years. And these are the publications that we've prepared: bulletins, publications, journals within the UN system and other NGOs. I want to invite you all to use this to spread the word. We have the commitment because that's what the President has requested from us, to organize workshops with journalists so that the use of information and the use of statistics will be far more systematic. That's both for the press and for others to avoid setbacks. And when we talk about gender inequality, we're doing that based on data. I mean, this is evidence-based, and we have the firm conviction that this has to be done with. This has to be over, come to a halt. Thanks for your very visionary outlook. You reaffirm your role as a technical and political pillar for gender equality in Latin America and the Caribbean. We will open comments session, just 5-minute session. Please focus on how this tool can strengthen institutional capabilities and follow up of our national and regional commitments. We will hear Doña Teresa, the General Secretary of Cuban Women, a key character in that region. Doña Teresa, please just take 5 minutes at the most. Ministers, high representatives of women mechanisms, I want to thank on behalf of the government of Cuba for this opportunity to talk about the relaunch of the Gender Equality Observatory. The commitment of the Buenos Aires commitment emphasize the relevance of strengthening production and analysis of high-quality information to end discrimination and violence against women and girls, and to be able to go towards the care society where equality, dignity of people will be placed at the core. My country has a very advanced gender agenda. We have to design informed public policies based on high-quality statistics, not only statistics by sex, but with a gender-based approach, an intersectional and territorial approach. Cuba acknowledges how relevant it is to have such a valuable tool in a region which is a source of inspiration to our countries. We have this Observatory of Gender Equality, including a set of strategic indicators such as official statistics to monitor gender equality issues as well. It provides us the possibility of making comparisons throughout the region, approval of monitoring public policies in the different countries, and strengthening national mechanisms to advance women. The National Program for Women's Advancement in Cuba, achievement of equality, is one of the most relevant areas, and they have identified the need to foster or to encourage the creation of this Gender Equality Observatory to make indicators more visible, indicators regarding the position of men and women in Cuba, from a gender-based approach to carry out comprehensive analysis and contribute to the adoption of public policies. This is led by the Cuban Women Federation and by the National Statistics Institute that has received the support of the Gender Affairs Secretary at ECLAC, and we have been able to correct and perfect previous work, without which our dream would not have come true. In addition to that, we have the support of the UN Program for Development and the United Nations system in Cuba. I'm especially thankful to Ana for her support and her strong will so that we could reach our goal. The observatory has 33 statistical indicators responding to the key challenges that we face in our country, and it also includes public policies that have been approved in our country. More than 20 have been updated, and more than 50% respond to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Cuba renews its commitment to producing statistics, designing, implementing public policies that are gender-based as part of its commitment to equality and empowerment of women. Thank you so much. And we have a brief video, just 1 minute, please. I didn't take 5 minutes. Allow me to share the video, please. Thank you, Ms. Teresa, for such a forceful participation, reminding us of the historical power of women in the different territories. I think we will not be able to share the video. We apologize for that. Now let's listen Cristina Hernandez, Director of the Equality Ministry in Spain, that has driven all these efforts and with whom we share a common strategy regarding care. Doña Cristina, please just take 5 minutes. I will do my best. Thank you so much. Congratulations. I don't know whether there would be a better comment about the relaunch of this observatory than saying that it is a fundamental tool, so that policies on equality are really a possibility, and so that feminist organizations can do the work that they have to do. And if you allow me, I would like to say that this is the timeliest moment. I mean, relaunching the observatory right now is great because we're living in strange times. Those people who are used to reflecting upon many things, well, we know that we're living anti-democratic times, which are a threat to women's rights, and they do not only counteract our activities but underestimate scientific knowledge. A brief example: for the first time ever, the Institute of Women in Spain organized a campaign to make it here clear that there were fake news about the fact that there was no pay gap or pay gap in Spain. These anti-authoritarian movements that underestimate knowledge, they do not underestimate all knowledge. They fundamentally underestimate knowledge around two issues: climate change, because approaching climate change will lead us to new production models, new consumption models that perpetrate this inequality, and it will go against everything that feminists contribute with. To approach feminism and to have a political standing to decide on time and economic resources. That's why I say loud and clear that the relaunch of this observatory is really timely. The negative wave, this accreditation wave that us feminists are facing, underestimates our work, our contribution, and most of all, our scientific production. So today, more than ever, we need to have feminist knowledge and indicators showing how our lives are like and setbacks in our production. Equality policies, they can only be effective when taking as a starting point a certain diagnostic. This has been based on data and has been made invisible. The lack of statistics reflecting inequality in access to jobs, health, services, among others, make it clear that some decisions will be left aside. So the civil society must do control work, and that is why we need data. What we don't measure do not exist, and what doesn't exist is not transformed. Congratulations for 18 years doing this hard work for the observatory. And just one last idea: we need international partnerships like this observatory that allow for technical and political dialogue to create advocacy policies, improvement of tools, and analysis of equality public policies, only based on science, only with a gender-based perspective. That is simply a science that is not forgetting half of our Earth population, will ensure a better future for our women and our girls. Thank you, Ms. Cristina, for sharing your experience with us. There is no question that your work in Spain is a source of inspiration. And finally, we will happily listen to Lucy Garrido, a fundamental voice that has driven this transformation of rights agenda. Ms. Lucy, go ahead. Thank you so much. I'm thankful for this opportunity. I congratulate ECLAC, people from the Observatory, Lucia Montaño. I greet you because she and many others within the team, Alejandra Valdez, are still making this possible. It was truly, truly great. I come from the competition. This is ISO Quito. They are selling the Gender Observatory, and I sell ISO Quito. Why? Because we were born together. We are like sisters. We came from Beijing. We came back from Beijing demanding data. We all wanted data. We don't want to hear that we were talking based on intuition. We didn't want to hear that anymore. And the conference in Quito was the best of opportunities. That's why this tool is called ISO Quito. We had to measure whether governments were fulfilling the objective or not, whether they were adhering to consensus or not. And it was precisely them who were really very vanguard that invented this observatory, this gender equality observatory. Great to have it. In case that didn't exist, Quito, ISO Quito would not exist. And you could ask, and why are not using civil society data? Yes, there are very reliable data, but the thing is that the Gender Observatory is the formal source, the serious source, the credible source, the one that has been agreed upon by different governments. And it is not the same to hear women in Paraguay on a daily basis. And we have to use safe certain data that ECLAC uploads to that observatory. And you have to use it as a political tool because the observatory works with all three autonomies. And the feminist movement also works for those three autonomies, but we have to interpret and use those data as a political tool and demand this from the government so that when they try to lie, they will not lie anymore. They will not make mistakes. They will be certain about what women are doing and what they're not doing. We demand certain, secure, firm, sound data. As my colleague has just said, for this to be clear, clearer than ever. This is science. This is not something that has been made up. And our planet is round. I'm sorry to say that, even though I know that there are people against this theory, but these data are reliable, are certain, are true. And based upon this, we demand more data from the government. We require far more data from indigenous women, from Afro-descendant women, from many, many other women to use them wisely. And that's how the virtuous circle is generated. An organization will demand this, governments will comply with what is said, and the observatory will get the data, and we restart the process again. So I want to congratulate you all. We are really pleased to celebrate the relaunch, and I take the opportunity to thank the Spanish state. Thanks to their support, we were able to create the ISO Quito, and we became like gender equality lab. And now we will close the microphone. The interpretation will stop now. Thank you so much, and we will see you tomorrow.
Aquí tenemos también cifras donde hay vida, historias y derechos que debemos de garantizar. Muchas gracias a todas las delegaciones por sus aportes. Hemos escuchado hoy reflexiones claves sobre cómo fortalecer el Observatorio de Igualdad de Género como herramienta viva para la transformación de nuestras sociedades hacia la igualdad de género. La tarea que han tenido que hacer no ha sido menor, convertir la información en acción y las cifras en políticas públicas transformadoras ganadoras es de aplaudir y de celebrar. Así que celebramos para concluir este relanzamiento como una oportunidad para renovar nuestro compromiso regional con la producción, el uso y la democratización de los datos con perspectiva de género y para seguir construyendo políticas basadas en evidencias con una mirada interseccional y territorial. Para terminar, vamos a poner el video de la colega doña Teresa de Cuba y damos por finalizado este panel. Muchas gracias.
Programa Nacional para el Adelanto de las Mujeres. El programa abarca 7 áreas de especial atención. El área 7 está vinculada a las estadísticas e investigaciones y como parte de su implementación se crea el Observatorio de Cuba sobre igualdad de género. Una sociedad en cambio constante necesita de miradas que reconozcan su diversidad. El observatorio compila, procesa y visibiliza desde un enfoque de género y derechos los indicadores relacionados con la condición y la posición de las mujeres y los hombres en Cuba. La información recopilada tributa a la toma de decisiones y a la adopción de políticas públicas en el ámbito territorial y nacional. El Observatorio, iniciativa liderada por la Federación de Mujeres Cubanas, su Centro de Estudios de la Mujer y la Oficina Nacional de Estadística e Información, cuenta con el apoyo del Programa de las Naciones Unidas para el Desarrollo, a través de la Plataforma Articulada para el Desarrollo Integral Territorial. Programa Nacional para el Adelanto de las Mujeres, generando igualdad.
Agradezco mucho a Yerlin la moderación de este lanzamiento. Sin más, compañeras, muchas gracias por todo. Solo un par de anuncios de agradecimientos. Reiterarles esta libretita conmemorativa de lanzamiento, es una libreta de notas. Recordarles que todas las presentaciones que se han hoy expuesto aquí en esta conferencia están en la página web de la conferencia regional, tanto en español como en inglés, para su consulta y su descarga. Y agradecer a todo el equipo técnico de la División de Género de la CEPAL, a todas los equipos de todas los socios y todas las organizaciones que han tenido, que han puesto su trabajo detrás del lanzamiento de este observatorio. Finalmente, creo que es fundamental para cerrar esta mesa reiterar que es muy importante seguir avanzando en materia de datos, de estadísticas. En México, quiero yo contarles que la Secretaría de las Mujeres nace con un área de inteligencia, de estadística y datos, con ese compromiso, y creo que el reto es seguir desagregando, justamente como lo decía Lucy, muchos datos que hasta la fecha en muchos de nuestros países existen de manera general, que no están desagregados por género, por condición de edad o por algunas otras interseccionalidades. Entonces, bueno, creo que es importante, como decía Ana, que rompamos este silencio estadístico para tomar muchas mejores decisiones. Pues agradecerles a todas por esta jornada, reiterarles la invitación del Gobierno de la Ciudad de México ya dentro de poco a las 7:30 esta ópera en náhuatl en el Palacio de Bellas Artes y reiterarles que puedan conocer las demás ferias artesanales, culturales que hay en este espacio. Muchas gracias y nos vemos mañana por acá a las 9:30.
Que hayan estado utilizando equipos de interpretación que por favor los dejen o sobre la mesa o donde los retiraron. Gracias, hasta mañana.